Sorry for the delay, friends. Sorry, I had music. My wonderful friend, Timothy from Detroit wrote a theme song for us, but it's only a minute long, and I'm trying to finish getting ready. So you guys can keep listening to this for a few more minutes while I finish getting ready. Okay, like 2 more minutes, you guys. I'm so sorry. I promise. Okay, we made it. Except my lights are way too bright. Maybe. My hair doesn't look good. Welcome, spooky friends. Did I do a good job? Can you hear me? Hopefully. Just want different lighting. That's not too bad. Okay, so I kind of did a thing. I'm kind of prepared, and I'm only kind of really late. So, excuse my skin. Get this lighting a little different. Hi. This is also the debut. No, I guess it's not the debut. I was going to say it's the debut of my new nose ring, but it's not. I had it last week. So it's the second debut of my new nose ring. And I wish that my neck was covered. Just put some more stuff here. Just wrap myself up a little bit better. So today's book is Diary of a Mad Mummy. And I think I read the back cover last week when at the end of the stream. But I don't even remember what it's about. So, I wish my hair was doing something cooler here. I don't remember what it's about. So this is a surprise to you and me, guys, like even more than usual. So, yes, welcome. We will go ahead and jump right in since I'm already super late, which I apologize for again. But let's see. Oh, my book is kind of sad. It's like as I like rip it in half. It's fine. I think I paid probably $4. I hope this is one I paid $4 for. Okay. You and your family are visiting an exhibit in ancient Egypt when you make a discovery of your own. A 4,000-year-old diary written by a mummy. Cool, you think, as you slip the book into your pocket. But then you find out that the mummy is alive. And he wants more than just his diary back. Ooh, that's terrifying. I don't know how many of you know, but I do have an irrational fear of mummies. It's gotten a little bit better in the last 10 years, but it's a thing. And maybe I will tell you guys a short story about it later. He wants your body, and you've got to find a way to stop him. There are clues in the diary to help you, but first you'll have to decode ancient hieroglyphic writing or journey to the pyramids in Egypt. Can you unlock the secrets of the Mad Mummy's diary before he gets you under wraps? This scary adventure is all about you. You decide what will happen, and you decide how terrifying the scares will be. Let's go to page 1. Welcome to San Francisco, the tour guide says. Her voice echoes in the marble lobby of the office building. This is the famous Pyramid Building, the city's most famous skyscraper. When do we get to see the mummy? Your 5-year-old sister whines at your side. You cringe and squeeze Susie's hand. You wish you didn't have to drag her around. But taking care of her is always your job on family vacations. Oh well, you think. Who cares? This is going to be the best vacation ever. You and your family are staying in a hotel in downtown San Francisco, and you have the view of the whole city from your window, including the tall, spindly pyramid building just a few blocks away. And this month, there's a display of ancient Egyptian artifacts in the lobby, including a real mummy. You can't wait to check it out. I want the mummy, Susie whines again. I want my mummy. I want my mummy, your older brother Derek chants, imitating Susie's babyish voice. You laugh at Derek's joke, and then you whisper to Susie, we'll see it as soon as the tour group gets out of the way. You peer through the crowd at the mummy in the glass case. Hey, did that mummy just move? Let's turn to page 2. Your heart starts pounding. It can't be. But you know you just saw that mummy's arm move. Did anyone else see it? You stare hard at the brightly lit display cases in the middle of the lobby. A tour group crowds around the glass, blocking your view. So you stand on your tiptoes. Under a pinkish halogen light, you can see an ancient bandaged mummy lying in a beautiful gold-painted wooden box. That's the first mummy you've ever seen. A king from more than 4,000 years ago. A dead person. Something about it gives you the creeps. The tour group moves away, and the lobby clears. Come on, Susie squeals, pulling you towards the mummy case. A strange chill runs up your spine as you step closer. You gaze at the mummy's face and shudder. It's hideous. Part of his face is still wrapped up, but part of it isn't. You can see his dried, leathery skin stretched tightly over his shrunken, bony nose. You back away, and your foot bumps into something on the floor. You glance down to see what you've kicked. Hey, look, you cry out softly, but no one is listening. The tour group's scattered. Susie's let go of your hand. She's pressing her nose to the glass in front of the wooden mummy case. As usual, your 14-year-old brother Derek is acting as if he doesn't know any of you. He's talking to some kids by the door. Your parents examine another display case. No one notices what you found on the floor. You pick it up. It's a small clump of folded pages tied together at the edge with dried grass. It looks like some kind of oh, sorry guys. Some kind of ancient book. You open it carefully. The pages seem as if they might crumble in your hands. You peer at the squiggly markings on the page. To your surprise, you recognize the words. They're in English. The handwriting is hard to read, but you finally figure out what it says. This is the first day in my tomb. I am wrapped so tightly that I fear I may never breathe again. The bandages that preserve me are a prison. I am a king, and yet they brought me here, drained me of my blood, and bound me with bandages. Against my will. Stop, I beg them. Do not do this thing. I am not dead. I am alive. Your mouth drops open as you flip through the ancient pages. Could this be a diary of some kind? A mummy's diary written 4,000 years ago? But why is it in an ancient hieroglyphics? How can it be in English? This is weird. Definitely weird. But somehow, in your heart, you know the diary is real. Every word of it is true. You glance around again. No one notices you. You turn another page and read on. I am embalmed alive. Me, the Pharaoh, the king. And why? For one reason only. Because upon my neck I bear a strange birthmark, a red stain in a shape that frightens my people. They think it is a sign of evil. Even I am not sure what it means. Does it really mean I'm evil? Could I actually hurt people? Am I mad? Your hands tremble as you flip to another page and read on. Each night my spirit walks the earth. For centuries, each night my spirit writes this diary. But now, at last, my chance has come. Tonight, my body will walk the earth. Tonight, here, in this strangest of all pyramids, I will escape my prison. Can it be possible? Is the mummy going to escape tonight? How? And is this the strangest of all pyramids? The pyramid building? It would seem strange to some old pharaoh, you guess. You read over the same pages again, trying to make sense of them. Each night my spirit writes this diary, it says. No way, you think. He isn't writing with his hand. He's writing with his mind. This mummy thinks something and it appears on the page. Awesome. You shoot a quick sideways glance to make sure the lobby guard isn't watching. And then you tuck the diary under your shirt. Turn to page 132. You've got to read more of this. It's amazing. The mummy writes it with his mind. Just then, you hear your mother calling your name. Yoo-hoo! Again, she calls you. Bring Susie and come on, she says. You've got to get away so you can look at the diary. You don't want your parents to see it and take it away from you. Not after you just found it. You scan the lobby for some place to go. You spot an elevator. Maybe you can duck in there and zoom to the top of the pyramid, finish reading the diary before somebody finds you. Or maybe you should just keep the diary hidden and wait. You don't want to get into trouble with mom and dad. And besides, your hotel isn't too far away. You could sneak back here tonight to see if the mummy really escapes. The diary says, tonight I will escape my prison. So what will it be? If you want to come back tonight, you'll choose option 1. If you want to take the elevator up now, then you'll choose option 2. And poll is started. And I've got the music. Finally. Oops. Okay, we only got one vote so far. And we've got 15 seconds left. I know there's more people here that can vote. Did you leave? Are you not voting? Okay, I guess Marina just gets to choose tonight. She chose option 2, take the elevator now, on page 43. You decide to duck into the elevator. With the diary tucked under your shirt, you casually stroll over and push the up button. But the first elevator that arrives is going down. Oh well, that'll do. Quickly, you slip into the elevator. Okay, pause. Did you just abandon your 5-year-old sister in this museum? Or, like, is she with you? This is confusing to me. Luckily, no one else gets on with you. Your parents don't even notice you're gone. Great, you think as the car whooshes downwards. Now you can read the diary in private. Ding! A bell rings and the doors open to the basement. Weird, you say as you step out of the elevator. This is a basement? To your amazement, the place looks as if it were built thousands of years ago. The walls are made of huge blocks of rough, tan stone. The only light shines from a fixture over the elevator doors. In the dim glow, you can see that the elevators are the only modern-looking part of the basement. Cautiously, you walk down a strange, dark hallway. Your sneakers scrape against the stones. It's really too dark to read the diary, but you can't help wanting to explore. The diary can wait, you decide. Explore the basement on page 49. What is this place, you wonder? It sure doesn't look like the basement of a modern skyscraper. Why don't you see any big basement equipment like boilers and furnaces and things? Where's the janitor anyway? The sound of your footsteps bounces off the stone walls. The echo makes the back of your neck tingle. The hallway narrows. You duck in some places to avoid banging into the ceiling. The path twists and turns, sometimes sloping up and sometimes down. There's barely enough light for you to see. You worry that you won't find your way back. Maybe this was a mistake, but you keep going. Except for the eerie silence and the darkness, this place is cool. You're too curious to turn back now. You come to a small tunnel leading off to the right. It seems to slope up. A set of stone steps lead down to the left. Which way? If you want to take the tunnel up to the right, then we're going to choose option 1. If you want to take the steps down to the left, we'll choose option 2. Okay, while you're voting, I'll be right back because I'm having an allergy issue. Okay, did we get more than one vote? Okay, we got 2 votes. So I guess I'm going to tie break it and take more allergy medicine. I'm willing to bet that I'm allergic to the wraps that I'm covered in right now, which is really great. So hopefully I don't die during the broadcast. Okay. Marina chose last time, so instead we're going to go with Tim's vote on option 2. We're going to take the steps down on page 83. You decide to take the stone steps to the left. The narrow tunnel gives you the creeps. After a few steps down, the stairs level out. You see another set of steps leading upwards. You start to climb again. Your feet scrape across something gritty on the floor, and you glance down and see sand. Sand? Definitely weird, you think, as you reach another stone landing. You feel as if you've been climbing up and down for days. You stretch your legs and then continue up the stairs. Where do the steps come out, you wonder? A back exit from the pyramid building? Do they lead into another building? The hot breeze ruffles your hair as you near the top of the steps. That's odd, you think. It was chilly this morning, and the weather person on TV predicted rain. Finally, you reach the top. You walk outside and squint as your eyes adjust to the brilliant sun. Huh? Your mouth drops open as you gaze at the scene in front of you. Sand? Camels? Pyramids? Desert? Is this? No, it can't be. Are you in Egypt? Turn to page 95. No way, you think, shaking your head. This can't be happening. It isn't real. How can I be in Egypt, you wonder? How? Stay calm, you tell yourself over and over. You just came out of the Pyramid Building in San Francisco. In the United States of America, you can't be in Egypt. But you are. You see the pyramids and the camels, and you hear the wind blowing across the desert. You feel the sand in your eyes, and you can even smell and taste a sweet, flowery fragrance in the air. You swallow hard and try to figure out how, why. Suddenly, it hits you. The diary. This must have something to do with the mummy's diary. You yank out the ancient pages out from under your shirt and open the diary again. The words you read just a few minutes ago are gone. Instead, the whole diary is filled with symbols and pictures. Hieroglyphics. Go back to page 60. Your hand trembles as you turn page after page. They're all the same, all hieroglyphics. Terror grips your heart. How can the diary be written in hieroglyphics? Have you somehow gone back in time on top of everything else? You glance around and see some people in modern clothes. Okay, you reassure yourself. At least I'm still in the present. You may still have a chance of getting back home. And you want to get there right now. You turn sharply and head back towards the steps. But a young Egyptian man in a long white robe blocks your way. He has smooth tan skin, black hair, and sparkling brown eyes. You notice he's wearing a badge. He must be some kind of security guard. No entrance, he says in English. But I just came out of there, you sputter. No entrance, he says. The Great Pyramid is not open. Turn to page 128. The Great Pyramid? You stare at the guard, your head spinning. You studied Egypt in school. The Great Pyramid is the biggest pyramid in the world. The one that sits in the desert near the Sphinx. Yep, you're definitely in Egypt. But I just came out of there, you try to explain. Only it wasn't the Great Pyramid, it was the pyramid building. The guard laughs. Ha! You mean that silly building in America? He shakes his head and laughs again. You've got to believe me, you plead. And look at this. You shove the diary towards the guard. This diary, it was written in English a few minutes ago. And now it's all changed to hieroglyphics.
Before the guard can take the diary, a young man in a tan suit, sunglasses, and a straw hat approaches you. I see you have the famous diary of Buthramman, the man says. He sounds American. May I see it? Don't give it to him, the young Egyptian man shouts. Give it to me. If you decide to show the diary to the American, we're going to choose option 1. If you want to give it to the Egyptian, then we'll choose option 2. Or if you want to turn and run from both of them, we can choose option 3. And go. We got 1 vote. Can we get some more votes? Do we have more friends? Everyone invite your friends, please. Okay, 2 votes. I'm trying to stop the music. Yeah, thanks for telling me that in the middle of the street. You threw off my whole thing, Tim. We voted. Option 2 was the chosen option to give the diary to the Egyptian. We're going to move on to page 22. You decide to trust the young Egyptian guard. He seems genuinely concerned. You hand him the diary. The American looks disappointed, but he turns and wanders away. The Egyptian man tells you his name is Mohammed. Then he examines the diary, his eyes widening. This diary must be returned to the royal tomb of Buthramman, he cries. Only then will the mummy rest. Come with me. But where are we going? You ask him. To the tomb, he whispers. His eyes narrow and his eyebrows curl in, making him look as if he has a deep, dark secret. Mohammed leads you by donkey to the Nile River. There, you board a boat and travel south all day and all night. Finally, you reach a strange, uninhabited part of Egypt. In the steamy heat, he leads you through a lush jungle, and then another desert area, and finally to the sandy stone entrance to the tomb. You go in first, he says, pointing the way. Me, you think? Why me? Turn to page 73. I think it's definitely weird that this 12-year-old kid just went on like a 3-day adventure with this random guy, but okay. We got it. It's fine. Your heart starts to pound. You don't want to go into the tomb first. You're not even sure you want to go in at all. Why are we doing this again? You ask Mohammed. Remind me. Mohammed brings his face very close to yours. Nose to nose. Because if you don't, he says, the mummy will rise from his coffin in San Francisco and stalk you day and night. Everywhere you turn, you'll see his wrinkled skin, his hollow, screaming eyes. You'll hear echoes of the tortured cries he screamed as the high priestess wrapped him up in bandages and buried him alive. He'll haunt your daydreams, too, and fill your nightmares. You won't be able to think of a single thought without picturing him in his moment of death, and you'll know his agony when, okay, That's enough, you say, suddenly interrupting him. What do you want me to do? Go in, Mohammed says, as he points to the tomb. Enter the tomb on page 15. You enter the cool, dark tomb with Mohammed right behind you. He carries a torch to light the way. The passageway, a narrow corridor made of some large stone blocks, is creepy. You feel as if someone, or something, might jump out at you at any minute. You walk a few more steps forward and come to a place where the passageway splits into a fork, or a Y. Which way, you ask. Follow your heart, Mohammed answers mysteriously. My heart? You think? Is that some kind of clue? Let's see. Your heart is on the left. Is that what he means? Should you take the passage to the left? You peer down the left passageway and see nothing but darkness. A horrible, empty darkness, as if no one has ever returned from that path. And then you peer down the passageway to the right. It looks wider than the other one and brighter. It isn't nearly so dark. If you want to take the passageway to the left, choose option 1. If you want to take the passageway to the right, we'll choose option 2. We have 11 seconds left to vote, you guys. Get the vote in. One vote. It's too late. You missed it. Although you voted the same, so it still counts. We are going to take the passageway to the left and go to page 123. You decide to take the passageway to the left. Bravely, you march down the oh-so-dark hall. You walk a few more steps before you realize that you're alone. Mohammed isn't following you anymore. Hey, stupid, Mohammed calls. Why did you go that way? Well, you answer him in the most reasonable tone of voice. You said follow my heart, and my heart is on the left, so I thought... I said to follow your heart, Mohammed says. Instead, you're thinking too much with your head. Oh. So does he mean you should have gone the other way? Yes, stupid. And don't look surprised at being called that name again. You answered to it, didn't you? Go back to page 15 and take another passageway, and we won't call you stupid anymore. Oh, I don't like that. It's totally rude. So I guess that counts as a time loop because it just sent us back to the page we were on. So I'm gonna call that a time loop. Oh no, my costume is already falling off. How did this happen? Oh my gosh. I don't even understand. What is a dealio? How is this possible? Oh, don't mind me. Just trying to keep myself under wraps here. Okay. So, we're going to go the other way. To page 79. The one that doesn't look like a terrifying option. You decide to take the passageway to the right. At the end of the hall, you come to a large, square burial chamber. Inside, by the light from Muhammad's torch, you see a stone platform where the mummy's coffin once rested. Now, the mummy is in San Francisco on display. But other special objects that once belonged to King Buthraman, I don't remember how I said it. Buthraman. I have no idea. So this is the mummy's tomb, you ask quietly? Muhammad nods. Hey, what's that, you ask? You spot a hinged wooden box shaped like a serpent and painted gold. That is where the diary belongs, Muhammad says. Place it there. He's right. The diary fits perfectly in the box. Now I must leave you, Muhammad says. It is forbidden for me to stay in the king's tomb. But I give you this map and small torch. He hands them to you. The light should last long enough for you to study the map. If you make the right choices, you will find your way back through the mystic portal to your land. It was the mummy's magic that brought you here, and the same magic can take you back. Good luck. Wait, you cry. But you're too late. Muhammad has bolted for the chamber. Turn to page 108. Muhammad runs away so fast that all you can hear is the fading sound of his sandals flip-flopping on the stone floor. Then silence. A horrible, stone-cold silence. You have no time to waste. The torch isn't going to last long. You hold it up and peer at the map. It's a handwritten sketch drawn on brown paper. The edges are torn. This is a map? This jumble of lines? Where's the "You are here" sign? Your heart sinks. You need help. But then you figure it out. The steps are those close together lines on the left, and the tomb is the box at the end of the angled hallway. And that other box, the one with the X on it, that's the elevator. The elevator in the pyramid building. You know because you've seen lots of maps that are marked the same way, where elevators are always marked with X's. And that's where you need to go if you're ever going to get back home. You've got a pencil in your pocket, so you take it out and write the words steps, tomb, and elevator. And then you study the map. Turn to page 90 and study the map. Oh, it actually gives us the map here. So, everyone, we can study the map, the stairs, and then the tomb, and then the elevator. Keep your finger on this page so you can study the map, but turn to page 65. Okay, we will put a bookmark here. And we're going to page 65. So we're in the tomb. So we're going to hold it this way. So we're going to go left, right, curve, right. Okay, that's easy enough. The light from your torch is dwindling. It's going to burn out soon. Quick, memorize the map and the path you need to take to reach the elevator. Remember, you're in the tomb right now. When you come out of the tomb, you'll need to make a choice at the first fork in the passageway. Which way, right or left? And then you'll have to make 3 more choices at forks or crossroads, right or left. Don't worry about the places where the hallway simply bends or turns. You'll just follow it then. Your only problem is choosing what to do when you reach a fork in the path. You've got to memorize all 3 choices because when the torch burns out, you'll be walking in the dark. So do it now. Which way to the elevator from the tomb? Should you go left, then right, then straight? Then we'll choose option 1. Or if we should go left, then right, then left, then right, then we choose option 2. Okay, since I just looked at it and I know the right answer is the second one, we're going to do the first one instead and see what happens if we go the wrong way. Page 127. Almost at once, the torch flickers out. But you don't care. You've made your decision. You're going left, right, straight. In the dark, You walk boldly forward, your arms outstretched at your sides. You run your fingertips along both walls as you go. Pretty soon, you feel the passageway begin to turn. You've come to your first choice. You turn left. You walk a little farther and then turn right, and you keep walking. Suddenly, in the pitch darkness, you feel two hands on your face. Ah! You want to scream, but no sound comes out. Your voice is choked with fear. Boo, a voice says. Boo? Boo-hoo! Turn to page 134. The hand taps you again. You're it, the voice calls, and then laughs. You recognize that laugh. It's your brother Derek. You made it. You made it back to the pyramid building. Derek, what are you doing down here, you ask. Boy, are you going to get it, he declares. Mom and Dad are really worried, and they're mad you left Susie all alone. Which was a bad idea, remember. They have people searching the whole building for you. They sent me down here to the basement. You try to explain to Derek about the mummy, but he only laughs and shakes his head, and then he grabs you by the ear. He drags you through a door you hadn't seen before, and up some stairs. He's right about your parents. They're really steamed. As far as you're concerned, this book might as well be titled Diary of a Mad Mommy, and you can forget about any more exploring. You're grounded for a month. The end. Oh, we got one ending, you guys. Okay, I guess we're gonna go back and try the other one. What is this guy doing? Okay, we're gonna go to 109, which I thought was the right way. I don't know if there's a right or wrong at this point. You stare at the map hard and decide to turn left, then right, then left, then right. A moment later, your torch sputters and goes out, and you're stranded in the cold tomb of an ancient mummy in the dark. Silence. You move a step forward, feeling your way along the wall. Left, right, you keep telling yourself. You chant the words over and over. Left, right, left, right. Your hand brushes against something slimy. Ew, you jerk your hand away. Do you dare touch the wall again? You don't have a choice. How will you find your way in the dark if you don't? Slowly, you reach one hand to the wall. Yuck, the stones are slippery with slime. You try not to think about what it might be. You hold your other hand out in front of you. You don't want to smack into anything in the dark. Finally, you come to the first fork. You turn left. Walk a little farther. Turn right. A little farther. Go left. Now, if you remember the map correctly, you should have just one more turn, and then it should be pretty easy from here. Keep going. Turn the corner on page 26. The hallway turns a few more times, but there aren't any more choices. No more forks. Finally, you see a glimmer of light. Light? Where's it coming from? You turn the corner and spot the answer. The elevator! At last, you're in the basement of the pyramid building. Aren't you? You run to the elevator and push the up button over and over. You hope that if you press it harder, it'll come faster. Yeah, sure, like that's ever worked. Press it again on page 56. You press the up button 5 more times. Finally, you hear a familiar ding, the sound that means the elevator has arrived. The doors open. Oh no. A scream rises in your throat, but it never escapes. And neither will you. There, standing in the elevator, is your old friend, the mummy. Your very old friend. The mummy was mad when you stole his diary, but that was nothing compared with how he feels now. He hates trespassers, and you dared to enter his sacred burial chamber uninvited. Your visit to his tomb is about to come to a very unpleasant end, and so are you. When the mummy's done with you, you're going to need all those mummy bandages. The end. Oh, he really is mad. I thought it was Diary of a Mad Mummy, like a mad scientist, like a crazy mummy, but that's what the picture shows on the front. It shows a heckin' mad scientist mummy, but apparently he's just an angry mummy. 2 endings. I did a bad job wrapping myself, and so now it's choking me. There's safety pins in my neck. Don't mind me. Okay. So we're gonna go back. Okay, so that was our entire storyline with giving the diary to the Egyptian. So we are going back to that choice where we now have the option to show the diary to the American or to turn and run from both of those people. So as soon as I can get this to reload. So choose option 1 if you want to give the diary to the American, or choose option 2 if you want to turn and run from both of them. I'm trying to get it louder. Sorry, guys. Okay, it is figured out. Only got 1 vote, you guys. I need more friends here. Why is this happening? I even did cool makeup today. Okay. So we chose option 1. We are going to try and give the diary to the American and see what happens on page 5. The American looks like a nice guy. You think he's someone you can trust, and he might be able to help you get home. You decide to show him the diary. The American says, taking a magnifying glass from his suit pocket. He flips through the pages, studying them. Very interesting. Don't trust him, the Egyptian guard whispers in your ear. He's a thief. I heard that, and I am certainly not a thief, the American declares. My name is Webster MacArthur Woobley III, but just call me Webb. I'm a professor of ancient studies at Cairo University. And you are? You introduce yourself. Nice to meet you, Webb Woobley says. Can I buy you a glass of lemonade in town? Cairo is just a few miles from here, and I'd like to talk to you about obtaining this diary. Obtaining? As in buying it? That sounds good to you. Don't go with him, the Egyptian warns you. Last chance to change your mind. I just gotta check. Okay, so we've got 2 options here: to trust Webb Woobley or to trust the Egyptian instead. If we choose the Egyptian instead, it takes us right back to page 22 where we already were. So we're going to pretend that we did that and that it was a time loop. So now we are at 1 ending. 2 time loops. And we are going to trust Webb Woobley and turn to page 28. You decide to trust Webb Woobley. He seems friendly, and with a name like that, how bad can he be? Besides, you like the sound of his offer. Lemonade. And possibly big bucks for the diary. You'll worry about getting home later. Your new American pal may be able to help you. A cool drink would be very refreshing, Webb Woobley says, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Let's go. He puts one hand in the air, as if he's hailing a taxi cab in New York City, and he sticks 2 fingers in his mouth and whistles. Almost at once, a guy on a camel rides up. Need a lift, buddy? The camel driver asks. Yes, Webb Woobley says, and then he speaks a few words in Arabic to the camel driver. Pretty soon, the camel kneels down. Climb up, Webb instructs you. You do, but as soon as you're seated on the camel, you start to feel guilty. You know you're not supposed to get in cars with strangers. Is getting on a camel so different? I think I'll get down, you start to say. Too late, Webb Woobley announces with a small laugh. Turn to page 19. Before you can protest, Webb Woobley climbs onto another camel. As soon as his camel starts walking, yours follows. Where are we going? You ask nervously. Suddenly, this doesn't seem like a great idea, especially since the camel isn't very comfortable to sit on, and boy, does it stink. To Cairo, Webb replies. Slowly, the two of you make the bumpy 9-mile camel ride to the capital city of Egypt. When you arrive, Webb takes you to a small cafe on a busy street and orders you the promised glass of lemonade. Now, my young friend, Webb says, let's talk about the diary. How does $2,000 sound? Well, how does it sound? If you like Webb's offer and you want to take it, we'll choose option 1. If you think you can get more and bargain with him, then we can choose option 2. If it loads. Sorry, guys. Okay, here we go. Voting is ready. Choose option 1 to take the $2,000 or choose option 2 to try to bargain for more. Okay, we got 2 votes this time. Okay. We still have 15 seconds left. 3 votes. Holy cow. Everyone voted. Okay. We chose option 2. We are going to try and bargain for more on page 114. We do have to remember that this book was published in 1996. So, and I think we were supposed to be like 12 years old. So 12-year-old in 1996. $2,000 was like probably an insane amount of money. I mean, the last book we read, the kid got $200,000 for a comic book and bought a mansion with it. So I'm like, you can only buy like a nice house for $200,000 at this point. So we'll look that up later. We'll see how much this is really worth after we figure out if we can get more. Page 114. $2,000, you say to Webb? You've got to be kidding. This diary must be worth a lot more than that. Webb's smile fades as he gives you an angry stare. Okay, he says grumpily. How about 4,000? You shake your head no. 8,000, Webb suggests. No. This is my last offer, Webb says. 20,000. $20,000? Is he serious? He's offering you that much money for this mummy's diary. It must be really valuable. Maybe it's worth millions. You shake your head no. Webb says, narrowing his eyes. He glares at you as if he hates you. Then his expression changes. The lemonade has arrived. The Egyptian waiter sets a tall glass down in front of each of you. There's only one problem. His lemonade looks normal, but your lemonade is blue. Turn to page 135. Webb glances at your glass of lemonade and smiles. Special Egyptian recipe, he says. I thought you might like it. It's sweeter this way. He leans back and waits for you to taste your drink first. He's being awfully polite. What do you do? You don't want to offend him by not accepting the drink, and you are really thirsty. You can feel the sand in the back of your throat. But the lemonade is blue, and you're not so sure that lemonade should be blue. If you want to go ahead and take a sip, we'll choose option 1. If you rudely reach across the table and take Webb's drink instead, then we'll choose option 2. Okay, and go. Option 1 to drink your blue lemonade, or option 2 to drink his normal lemonade. Okay, we got 2 votes so far. We still have 20 seconds left to vote for anyone else that is hanging out in here to see if we want to try drinking our own blue lemonade or if we want to steal his normal looking lemonade. Okay, so we have decided to rudely reach across the table and take Webb's drink instead on page 97. Hey, you're no fool. You aren't drinking any lemonade. What's wrong? Webb says. Don't you want to try your lemonade? I'm sure it's much better now that I've sweetened it for you. You shake your head. I'm not thirsty, you declare. What? I'm so confused. Oh, okay. I guess the option wasn't really to drink his lemonade because we decided to not drink any lemonade once we chose to drink his. Okay. Webb Woobley eyes you carefully, and then he puts down the glass. A huge smile spreads across his face. Congratulations, he says. He reaches into his jacket pocket and pulls out a wallet. Then he flips it open and you see his ID card. I'm from the FBI, he explains. You've passed the test. Good job. I'm happy to inform you that you've been chosen to be a part of a small team of kids who are going to help us catch international art treasure thieves. Huh? You cry? You feel totally confused. You passed the test, Webb repeats gleefully. You didn't drink that lemonade, which shows you have good sense and great instincts. You also have a good head for negotiating for valuable art treasures, I must add. I do, you ask? What's this guy talking about? Turn to page 130. You still look confused, so Webb explains it all to you. The diary you found on the floor in San Francisco? That was planted there by the FBI. When you went into the basement of the pyramid building, you found their fake version of the inside of a real pyramid. You thought you wandered through the basement and came out in Egypt, but you didn't, Webb tells you. We put a special sleeping gas in the air conditioning ducts. You fell asleep, and while you were out cold, we had you flown to Egypt. Your parents knew about this, of course. You woke up in the real pyramid and didn't remember a thing, and the rest has been a test to see how you'd handle yourself in tough situations. Wow, you exclaim. Cool. So now I work for the FBI? Yup, Webb says. You get to skip school for a whole year, and we'll even pay you. Congratulations. He raises his glass of lemonade in a toast. Thanks, you answer with a huge grin, picking up your own lemonade. Without thinking, you take a big swig. Oops. Remember how your lemonade was blue? There was sleeping potion in it. Oh well. You'll wake up soon, but they'll never let you be a secret agent now. Too bad you made a mistake when you were so close to a happy end. Oh, 3 endings. Oh, well. That would have been pretty cool, though, huh? Okay. We will go back. And we will drink our lemonade from the beginning where he told us to on page 85. You take a sip of the lemonade. Are you nuts? Blue lemonade. I mean, come on. Whoever heard of blue lemonade? It could be poison. It could be sleeping pills. This is terrible. You shouldn't be wandering around loose in Egypt if you can't be more careful than that. Well, no problem. You're not loose in Egypt anymore. You're out cold. Because whatever was in that lemonade has put you instantly to sleep. And when you wake up, the diary is gone. Of course, without the diary, you have no business being in this book. So close it immediately, and when you open it again, try to be more careful. Please. The end. 4 endings. Hoo-wee. Okay, we're going to go back further, and we're going to accept Webb's offer of $2,000 for the diary on page 63. $2,000? For an old book you found on the floor? That sounds great to you. It's a deal then, Webb declares, his eyes twinkling. I only have $100 on me now, but I can get you the rest by this afternoon. He pulls $100 out of his pocket and hands it to you. You like this guy. Meet me in the Moski, the old shopping bazaar, in 2 hours. I'll give you the rest of the money then. And in the meantime, I'll take the diary with me for safekeeping. I don't know about that, you start to say. But before you can stop him, Webb grabs the diary and slips it into his briefcase, and then he quickly walks out of the cafe and disappears into the crowd. He doesn't even wait for the lemonade. Turn to page 74. 2 hours later, you take a taxi to the Moski. It's an ancient part of Cairo. It's an open-air bazaar filled with traders and craftsmen selling gold, gems, silk, spices, ivory, and perfume. How is Webb going to find you in this crowd, you wonder? You wait, growing hotter and more nervous every minute. You didn't like the way Webb disappeared with the diary either, and you don't like the way the high Egyptian sun beats down on you. 1 hour, 2 hours. By late afternoon, the truth sinks in. You've been set up. Webb's not coming. He stole your diary, and this whole meet me in the bazaar thing was a trick. Bummer. Well, at least you made $100 out of the deal. That will certainly pay for a call home. You glance around trying to figure out where you can make an international phone call. Suddenly, an Arab man approaches you leading a camel. Here, he mutters with a low voice, with a thick accent. Take this camel and go. Your life is in great danger. Hurry to page 39. That's a big twist. I can't find it. Okay. Your life is in danger? Why? The wild, worried look in the Arab man's eyes tells you not to ask questions. You don't have time. He presses the camel's lead rope into your hands and he repeats his warning. Go! Go where, you wonder, as you mount the camel. And why me? You ride out of town as fast as you can. The farther away from the Moski you get, the better you feel. Except, is someone following you? Suddenly, you're almost positive there's someone on your trail. Try a sneaky maneuver to get away. Turn to page 56, then 92, then 103, then 24, then back to 56 again. Don't read those pages, silly. Just turn to them. Maybe that will confuse whoever is following you. And then sneak over to page 52 and see if you've lost them. Are we going to do it? I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to 52. Is it going to know? We need to do it. Okay. We need to go to 56. And then 92. And then 103. And then 24. And then back to 56. And then we're sneaking to page 52. Nope, you haven't lost them. Two guys are still following you on donkeys. You can see them clearly now. One of them is dressed in a black suit, black shirt, and a white tie, like an American gangster. The other is wearing a long Arab-style robe. What do they want? Why won't they leave you alone? You ride deeper into the desert, trying to escape. The hot sun bears down on you. But as night falls, the temperature drops to 20 degrees. You shiver and your teeth chatter, but you keep riding. Give up, the Arab man calls to you from his donkey. Never, you shout back, never. You asked for it, the American gangster yells. With that, he rides up beside your camel, leaps at you, knocks you to the ground, and then grabs a lead rope for your camel, climbs back onto his donkey, and rides off, leaving you for the buzzards. All that for a camel? That's all they wanted? You never knew that camels were so valuable. Guess now you do, now that you're stuck without one in the middle of the desert. You've been ripped off twice today. Don't you think that's enough? Maybe you should just start over and keep your eyes open this time. The end. 5 endings. Okay, that was neutral. We must be on the short half of the book, because this one is pretty short. Okay, so that was our whole American timeline. So now our last option here is to run from both the American and the Egyptian when they're trying to get the diary from us. And we're going to page 106 instead. You turn and dash away. You race across the desert sands. You don't trust either of those guys. Why should you? They're trying to take a mummy's diary away from you. A strange diary that magically changed from English to hieroglyphics. The sand blows in your face as you leave the Great Pyramid far behind. Who cares? You'll eat sand if you have to. All you want to do is get out of here alive. You try not letting the feeling of cold fear rise in your throat. You swallow hard, choking it back down. How am I going to get home, you wonder? And how could that diary change like that? The diary. Maybe it contains some sort of special message. Maybe if you can figure out what the hieroglyphs mean, then you'll know how to get home. If you want to examine the diary again, you glance over your shoulder and make sure you're not being followed. Are you? Make sure. Then turn and run to page 7. Nobody seems to be around. Nothing but sand. Egypt's hot sun beats down on you, making you feel dizzy and faint. You'd like to sit down in the shade, but there isn't any. Water, you think. I must have water. Now you know why they say things like that in old movies. You've never been so thirsty in your life. Luckily, you had a light jacket with you in San Francisco, and it's tied around your waist. You take it off and hold it over your head, using it as a tent for shade. You open the diary and study the first page with writing. It's page 7. You study the hieroglyphs, and they look like this. Okay, so the hieroglyphs. Here's our hieroglyphs. I don't know why. It's like a weird smiley face. I don't think that's how they normally look. Also see closer. There's some symbols in there with different animals on the bottom, I think. Okay, so what do you think it means? If you think it looks like a bunch of birds sitting around a campfire to you, we'll choose option 1. If you see an ancient Egyptian smiley face instead,
then we'll choose option 2. So let's do this vote thing. Go. Trying to see if I have any more friends I can invite to watch this. Come hang out with us. More friends, please. Okay. So we got 3 votes, all for option number 2. Everybody thinks it's a weird smiley face. So we are going to page 12. Oh my gosh, you guys, I just noticed I have a cat stand over here with a little hole in the bottom. And Binks is sleeping inside the hole in the bottom. And I've never seen a cat go in there before. And I'm so excited about it. So I hope you're as excited as I am about that. Page 12. Looks like an ancient Egyptian smiley face to me, you say out loud. Uh-oh. You're talking to yourself. And you're seeing smiley faces. You'd better find some water soon. You suddenly remember that you had a pack of Fruity Bites candy in your pocket. You reach for them. They're still there, and they're only a little melted. You pop 2 in your mouth. They almost make you forget your parched throat. Almost. But not for long. Get up and search for water on page 24. If you don't find water soon, you're going to be a goner for sure. You stagger forward, sucking on the Fruity Bites. And then you see it. Another smiley face. Maybe you really are going mad. It's on the sand dune not far from you. A row of Egyptian statues. Bird-faced pillars carved in a stone. Like ones you've seen in books on ancient Egypt. 2 statues make the eyes, and 7 more make the mouth, exactly like the drawing in the diary. You pull out the diary, turn to page 7, and check it again. The face in the diary has a nose, and there's no nose with the statues, but you figure that could just be a picture of the sun to show how hot it is in the desert, and that would make sense. What doesn't make sense is why the ancient Egyptians would put a smiley face design in the middle of the desert, and why Mummy's diary has a picture of it. Run over to the statues on page 133 and get some answers. Somehow, you manage to stumble over to the row of bird-faced statues. When you get there, you realize what the nose on the drawing is for. There, among the statues, halfway between the eyes and the mouth, is a hole in the sand and some steps that lead down into it. You hadn't noticed it until now, but the sun is setting against some sand dunes behind you. It looks just like the picture making the nose and the smiley face. You notice it now because at this precise angle, the sun's rays reach all the way to the bottom of the hole in the sand. And you see that, and there you see something amazing. Gold. Tons of it. Coins, little statues, scepters, and crowns, all made of gold. The treasure of King Buthramman. So that's why everybody wants the diary. It's a treasure map. But gold's not all you see down there. You also see teeth. Sharp, pointy teeth. 2 rows of them, grinning up from the gigantic mouth of a crocodile. As carefully as you can, turn to page 46. There's a big, ugly crocodile on the steps in front of you.
crocodiles mean water, that means there must be some nearby. But right about now, crocodiles mostly mean danger. It's like he's guarding the gold. You freeze. Don't move, you tell yourself. Whatever you do, don't run. No quick movements. But do you really want to stand there and be eaten alive? Especially when there could be water down in that pit? Your mind races, trying to think quickly. Two ideas come to you. You could toss some of the fruity bites to the crocodile, and then maybe it'll leave you alone. Or you could try moving very, very slowly past him on the stairs. If you don't find water, you might need those fruity bites. What will you do? If you want to throw the crocodile the fruity bites, we'll choose option 1. If you want to try and move past him, we'll choose option 2. Go. And we're done. We've got 3 votes. We have chosen to try and sneak past the crocodile on page 87. 87 is the year I was born. So everybody take a drink. Water, you say to yourself. I desperately need water. That's all you can think about. If there's water in that pit, then you have got to get down there. So, moving as slowly as you can, you step past the croc. Big mistake. Because the crocodile was saying to himself, lunch. I desperately need lunch. Too bad for you. No water, no treasure, no escape from the croc. Looks like Booth Ramon's treasure is fool's gold. And guess who the fool is? The end. Oh. Was that 6 endings? And we have had 2 time loops before so far. Okay. So we're going to go back, and I guess we're going to try and throw the crocodile some fruity bites and hope that he likes them on page 116. You decide to throw the croc some candy. You are just about to reach into your pocket for some fruity bites when the crocodile suddenly opens his mouth and attacks you, chomping down hard. Ah! You scream as you feel his teeth tear through your jeans and begin to pierce your leg. Crawl over to page 129. With all your strength, you wrestle the croc, trying to pry his mouth open. You throw yourself on the ground, whipping the croc off the stairs and over onto his back. Frantically, you plunge your hand into your pocket. You pull out a few fruity bites and toss them into his mouth, next to where your leg is. The croc opens his jaws wider. Could it be? Yes, he's letting you escape. You jump out of his jaws super fast, but as soon as you're out, the croc smacks his lips together and opens wide. You can tell from the look on his face that he only wants one thing: more fruity bites. You toss him another handful of fruity bites and hurry away. Uh-oh, don't look now. With a slap of his stubby legs, the croc follows you like a puppy begging for more candy. He snaps his jaws together twice, a warning, and you know what it means. Give him fruity bites now or else. Well, as long as you can afford to keep buying fruity bites, you'll stay alive. But you're in Egypt. Where are you going to buy fruity bites around here? Guess you're up the Nile without a paddle. To the crocodile, you look like one big fruity bite. The end. That's 7 endings, and that one has got to be like one of my favorite endings of the series so far. That this crocodile just is trying to eat all these snacks. So that's hilarious. Jeremy joined us. Welcome. Okay, so we now are moving backwards to where we thought these hieroglyphs were a weird smiley face, and instead we have to think that it looks like a bunch of birds sitting around a campfire on page 58. Somewhere. An ancient smiley face? That's a good one. You decide it's a bunch of birds sitting around a campfire. They look like they're having a good time, too. But what does it mean, you wonder? Nobody's there to answer you. Sand swirls around you. Your throat is so hot and dry, you can hardly swallow. You have to find some water. The best you can do is keep walking. And so you do. You walk and walk and walk. 20 minutes. 30. Still no water. But then you see something else. Something you recognize. The Sphinx. A huge stone monument in the desert near the pyramids. The Sphinx has the body of a lion with a human head. Eagerly, you run the last few hundred feet to the stone monument. He towers over you, more than 60 feet tall. Wow, you think, gazing up at the Sphinx. There's something eerie and mysterious about him. He looks as if he knows a secret and he won't tell. Suddenly, you hear a voice. A huge, booming voice coming from the giant statue. Go back, the Sphinx commands you. You must not trespass on the graves of kings. Ooh, turn to page 119. You stare at the Sphinx, your eyes growing wide. Is this really happening? Is the Sphinx really talking to you, or have you finally lost your mind? And then you spot a crowd of people swarming around the base of the monument. Go back, the Sphinx voice booms again. Instantly, the crowd turns. They run from the Sphinx, screaming in terror for their lives. Fear grips you, and you don't know why the people are scared, but suddenly you're scared too. So you turn and flee. Sand flies in your face as your feet pound across the desert. Cut! A voice suddenly shouts from a megaphone. Go to page 122. Huh, you think? Did someone just yell cut? You glance over your shoulder and notice another group of people you hadn't seen before. It's a movie crew, an American movie crew. It looks as if they're making some kind of adventure picture in Egypt. The crowd of terrorized, running people are all actors and extras. And from the voice of the Sphinx coming from a speaker on the side. Cool, you think. I wonder who's in the movie. And then you spot him, the star of the film, Illinois Smith. He's the character in all those action movies about lost treasures and ancient tombs. Hey, maybe Illinois Smith can help you figure out where the mummy's diary means. Oh, I just got the reference, the Illinois Smith. Because he's Indiana Jones. What do you think? Do you ask for his help, or do you puzzle it out for yourself? If you want to ask Illinois Smith for help, we're going to choose option 1. If you want to try and figure it out by yourself, we're going to choose option 2. And go. Jeremy says, Chris, Kevin, and I played a For the King game where we were all treasure hunters with state-based names. I find it a funny coincidence that it comes up here. I mean, it is funny, but I guess it makes sense with, like, the Indiana Jones treasure hunter thing.
I've got a little kitty treasure hunter down here gnawing my hands too, so that's fun. We got 9 seconds left to vote, you guys. Okay, we chose option 1. We are going to ask Illinois Smith for help. Turn to page 54. You decide to ask Illinois Smith for help. Why not? He's always figuring out ancient curses and translating foreign languages and things like that in his movies. Excuse me, you say? Walking up to Smith. Actually, his real name's not Smith. That's just his character's name. But you can't remember his real name. Yeah, he says, glancing at you from under his famous brown hat. You hand him the strange thin pages of the mummy's diary. I was wondering if you could... But before you can finish your sentence, Smith grabs the diary out of your hands. Sure, kid, he says, anytime. And he pulls out a big, fat, felt-tipped marker and scrawls an autograph across the page, completely blotting out the ancient writing underneath. Did you really think a movie star was going to help you decipher hieroglyphics? Really? Well, decipher this. Ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The end. Baldad Chevy. Cool. Oh, that was pretty funny. Go with better ones. Mississippi Jack. Rhode Island Smith. Okay, so that was our 8th ending. Oh no, I'm falling apart, you guys. What's happening? I don't know. So, I guess we are not going to ask Movie Star for help. We're going to figure it out by ourselves on page 81. Forget him, you decide. He's just a movie character. What would he know about hieroglyphics in real life? Besides, beyond the movie set, you see a catering truck. They'd have something to drink. A moment later, you're sitting in the shade of one of the pyramids with a cool, refreshing bottle of cola. You pull the diary out of your pocket again and study the pictures in the book. There's a page with the birds, page 7. And then there's another with fish. And then you notice that each of the pages has 1, 2, or 3 stars in the corner. One of the extras from the film sits down next to you. He peers over your shoulder, noticing the ancient-looking book in your hand. Hey, he says, pointing to the page with birds on it. That restaurant's still in downtown Cairo. Pete's Chicken Grill. Best place in town. Restaurant? Chicken grill? What's he talking about? And then it dawns on you. The pictures of the birds and fish, the stars in the corner. The diary is a restaurant guide. Who'd have thought Booth Ramaman was really the world's first restaurant critic? Oh well. Don't feel bad. You solved the mystery of the mummy's diary, and now you know where to get a good meal. The end. 9 endings. Okay. Okay, so now we are like way back to like almost the very beginning of the book, where we already went to the basement, and then we had an option to take a tunnel up or to take steps down, and we chose the steps down. So we're going to try the tunnel up and see what happens that way on page 70. Favorite ending because we get to eat. That's a good ending because I am also trying to diet, and so I just want to eat all the time. I mean, that's my normal state of life, is wanting to eat all the time, but now I'm actually trying not to do that. So I feel you on that. So we can just live vicariously through the child in this book, I think. Okay, we decide to explore the tunnel. You step into it and start to climb up its gentle slope. Almost immediately, you feel a draft. There's a weird chill in the air. Where's it coming from? Maybe the tunnel leads directly outside, you think.
But then the tunnel twists sharply and starts sloping downwards. You keep walking even though the light is getting dimmer. You've gone this far. Might as well discover where it leads. A few more steps downwards and ouch! Your shoulders scrape against the walls. The tunnel's getting even narrower, you notice. In fact, soon enough the tunnel is so narrow you have to turn sideways to fit through. And what's that funny smell? It smells like burning rubber or something, and it makes your nose tingle and your throat feel tight. Suddenly, exploring doesn't seem like such a good idea. In fact, you're beginning to think it's all a big mistake. But you hate to chicken out of an adventure, which is funny because we just had a chicken ending. And how dangerous can the basement of an office building be? If you want to keep going through the tunnel, we're going to choose option 1. Or if you want to turn back and scurry to the stone steps on page 83. Hang on, let me make sure that's not... Okay, never mind. We don't get to vote because if we choose option 2, it just takes us back to where we first went left down the stairs. So that's another time loop. So we've got 9 endings and 3 time loops. Okay, so we're just going to keep going on page 93. Hey, good for you. You've got a great spirit of adventure. There's only one pitfall with this kind of attitude. You never know when you're going to stumble into something bad. Did we say pitfall? Did we say stumble? You take 2 more steps and your foot suddenly gets caught in a small crack in the floor. You stumble forward and fall. Ah! You scream as you find yourself falling into a pit 100 feet deep. You finally land on the bottom. At least you land on something soft. But then you start to sink. Thick, warm ooze covers your body, sucking you under. The ooze grows warmer and warmer. Now it's burning hot, scorching your skin. You realize that the ooze is tar, burning hot tar. You learned about tar pits in school. That's where archaeologists found the remains of cavemen and dinosaurs. The hot tar coats the body and preserves the bones. Congratulations, you're saved. For the next 1,000 years at least. The end. Oh, we made it to 10 endings. Things and 3 time loops. Okay, so we are at the, we're back to the very first option in the whole book, which means it's time to take our break. I think we are a little early tonight, and I'm not feeling crazy, so I think we can make it like a shorter one. So let's do 10 minutes to go potty, or to go have your smoke break, or find a snack because we need to eat food, or whatever you want to do. We've got 9 minutes, and we will be back here to continue on with the second half of the book at 9 p.m. Okay? I want to play my friend's song. One of my friends that is in a band in Detroit, he wrote a song for us specifically for this stream. But I haven't properly downloaded it to be able to just play it on repeat, which is really sad. So I'm going to try and find it again and at least play it once. And I'll see you guys back here in like 9 minutes. baby girl. Yay! I made it back and only 2 minutes late. Okay. Are you ready for round 2? Part 2. Mummies part 2. You know, it'd be really great if we could have the stream like guest star Brendan Fraser today, but that is not the case. Maybe next time. Okay. So we're going back to the very first choice that we had in the book, which was we were in the museum and this like pyramid building in San Francisco, and we found this diary on the floor and we wanted to read it more. So we had the choice between trying to take the elevator upstairs to sit and sneak and read it, or to just wait it out and like sneak back at night to see if the mummy actually was coming alive. So the first time we chose to take the elevator, but this time we are going to try and just wait it out and come back later in the night. So we're going to start on page 20. A dead mummy, a dead mummy coming alive again. You want to see that. You hold the diary hidden inside your shirt and look around for Susie. Coming, mother, you say. It's weird he said mother. You'll come back tonight and find out what the diary says is really true. See you later, you whisper to the mummy. He looks completely dead to you, but you know you saw his arm move. You keep the diary hidden in your shirt during dinner in Chinatown. You never get a chance to read it. Back at the hotel, Susie is hungry again. She insists on ordering room service, but they never show up. She wants to stay up waiting, but eventually your parents make you all go to bed. Finally, when everyone else is asleep, you sneak out of the hotel. The cool, foggy night air makes you shiver as you walk 2 blocks to the pyramid building. The streets are empty at this time of night. When you reach the building, you slip in through the open front door and find the lobby guard asleep. He's sitting on a stool, slumped over a tall reception desk. A small light on his desk gives the cavernous lobby an eerie glow. You step past the guard towards the displays in the center of the lobby. After a minute, your eyes adjust to the dim light. And then you spot it and gasp. The glass case holding the mummy is broken, and the mummy is gone. Turn to page 36. You stare at the display case. Your hands are clammy. Your heart beats faster. You can't believe it. Has the mummy really escaped? All the other glass cases are fine. There's a fancy golden throne in one, a large feather-shaped fan in another. Only the mummy display case is broken. Only the mummy is gone. You missed it. You're too late. Broken glass litters the floor at your feet. It seems as if the mummy practically exploded out of his case. Slowly, you inch closer. You glance down, avoiding the glass. And that's when you spot it. A trail of old cloth bandages. Not just one either. A whole bunch of them. You know this is crazy, but it looks as if the mummy unwrapped himself as he ran away. You can't see the bandages very well in the dark, so you bend over to pick one up. But something stops you. A noise. Someone is coming from the far side of the lobby. You better get out of there fast. If you want to pick up the bandage, we're going to choose option 1. Or if you think you'd better run, we're going to choose option 2. And my music disappeared. Sorry. It's so quiet. Okay. We got it. Okay. Vote, you guys. We got 40 seconds left. Option 1, pick up the bandages. Option 2, run for it. Okay, we got 3 votes for option number 1. So we are going to pick up the bandage on page 51. If I can get my bookmark to stick. You'll hide as soon as you get a better look at the bandages. Oh, Martha made it. Hello. Welcome. Your hand shakes. I'm going to pause. Martha, you are just in time for the second half of the book. So there was a mummy. We found his diary. He said he was coming back to life. And we now snuck back into the museum place. And now we're chasing after the bandage trail. Your hand shakes as you bend down to pick up a long piece of cloth. It's so old and thin and gauzy. Can this really be a bandage that wrapped up a mummy? Almost in a trance, you stare at the ancient fabric in your hands. You gaze over. All you can think about is the mummy. Almost in a trance. I'm just going to repeat the same thing over again because I looked at the camera instead of looking at the book. Out there, somewhere, alive. When you snap out of the daydream, you hear the footsteps again, and you glance up and peer into the dark corners of the lobby. You spot a shadow moving. Uh-oh, time to hide. You try to drop the cloth, but for some reason, you can't seem to let go. You glance down and gasp. Somehow, the bandage has wrapped itself around your hand and your arm, and is wrapping up your whole body. Turn to page 69. Cheers to page 69 and being wrapped up as a mummy. Terrified, you claw the bandages with both hands. You tear at them, trying to pull them away from your arms and your neck. But now, your hands are wrapped up, both of them. It's as if you're wearing gauze mittens. You can't grip the cloth. The harder you try to pull the bandages away, the more tightly they encircle you. You gaze down at your legs. Oh no, they're wrapped up too. In fact, your whole body is completely bandaged. Like a mummy. No, you want to scream. But the sound won't come out. And then you hear a scuffing sound again. An instant later, a figure steps out of the shadows. You gasp and stumble back. It's the mummy. You stare in horror at his brown and leathery, dried, shrunken body. And then he starts to walk towards you. Find out what he wants on page 82. This can't be happening, your brain screams. The diary can't be true. A mummy can't come back to life. Not after being dead for 4,000 years. But he is, and he's headed straight towards you. His nose is a pointed bump on his hard brown leather face. His eye sockets have no eyeballs. They're just big, gaping pits. His mouth is open in a hideous half smile, half scream. He's so tiny, you think. About your height, but much thinner, bonier. So horrible, but so small. For just an instant, you feel sorry for him. Until you realize that he's coming closer. Before you know it, he reaches out and touches your face. A sudden jolt flows through you, like an electric shock, and then the mummy pulls his hand away. Your heart nearly stops as you watch what's happening. The mummy begins to transform into you. Try to stop trembling as you turn to page 94. The mummy's leathery face softens and then fills out. His dried skin becomes fleshy and alive. Hey, that's your face. Not only that, he's even wearing your clothes. Then he turns and runs away. Your face and body start to tingle. Something's happening. Something horrible. You grab and claw at the bandages that wrap you tightly. Under the bandages, you can feel your flesh shriveling and drying as if it's been sitting in the oven for 4,000 years. It's the bandages, you realize. The bandages are doing something to your skin. You notice a loose end of the cloth dangling from a long bandage. You yank it, and the cloth around your head begins to unwind. You have to see what's happening to you. You race towards the elevators, frantically unwrapping as you go, and you gaze into the polished chrome elevator doors. No! Your heart pounds in terror when you see a reflection. Your face, it's brown and leathery, and your skin is dried and shrunken. Your mouth is a gaping hole. You've turned into the mummy. Turn to page 103. The room spins, and you struggle to keep from fainting. This can't be happening. But one more look into the chrome-mirrored elevator door convinces you. It's happening. You're a mummy. At first, you're too terrified to think. You just stand there in the lobby, stunned. And then you hear the sleeping guard start to move. Uh-oh, he's waking up. You don't want to face him or anyone looking like this. Quickly, you come up with a plan. You've got to make it back to the hotel. Maybe your family can help. But that means walking through the streets, and you'd have to take your chances and hope that no one spots you, a living mummy. Then again, you could try to unwrap the horrible mummy bandages right now. Maybe if you get them off, you can change back into yourself again. What should you do? If you want to try and go back to the hotel, we're going to choose option 1. If you want to try and unwrap yourself, we're going to choose option 2. And go. Okay, we have 20 seconds left to vote, you guys. Option 1 to go back to the hotel, or option 2 to try and unwrap yourself. Sorry. Okay, our option was chosen. It's option 1. We are going to try and sneak back to the hotel as a mummy. I'm sorry, I had to take a moment to call out everyone on Facebook, all like 35 people who have liked my post that says join us with my picture of my mummy face, who have not joined us, those posers. So I had to take a moment to do that. And now we're going to page 47. The hotel, you decide. You've got to get back there to your family. You need help. But what if your parents take one look at you and freak out? What if they don't recognize you? You've got to take the chance. You tiptoe across the marble floor of the lobby. Your footsteps don't make a sound. Probably because the bandages are still wrapped around your feet. You sneak past the still sleeping guard and slip out into the foggy night. Your bandages trail behind you as you head back towards the hotel. You glance around, hoping no one will see you. At the corner, you accidentally catch your reflection in a store window. Your face is so hideous, you almost scream. Stay calm, you tell yourself. Only one more block to go. Uh-oh, here comes a car. Quick, hide on page 29. You have to hide. You duck into the alcove of a nearby building and huddle in the shadows. The long, black limousine cruises by. Whew, close one. Except an instant later, the 2 glass doors behind you swing open and 2 doctors walk out. One man, one woman. That's when you notice the sign over the entrance. Emergency medical assistant. Hey, the male doctor says. What are you doing out here? You should be in bed. You are very sick. And then the female doctor steps closer. She peers into your face at your shrunken, dry... I hate that they do this. I thought I was reading it wrong because it uses face twice, but it just really did that. She peers into your face at your shrunken, dried, brown leather face. She grabs your wrist. Hey, look, she whispers to the other doctor. This isn't a patient. This is a mummy. Turn to page 86. Really? The other doctor says slowly. A living mummy? He steps forward and peers at you over the top of his gold wire-rimmed glasses. Amazing. I sure would like to see what's inside this guy, the female doctor says. Wouldn't you? The male doctor nods and grins. We could make a lot of money on this, he mutters. You don't like the way these two are looking at you. There's something creepy about the glint in their eyes and the eager expressions on their faces. And what does she mean, see what's inside? One thing's for sure, it doesn't sound good. The female doctor tightens her grip on your wrist. You glance back out to the street and see if the limousine is gone. It's not. What are you going to do? If you pull away and dash out into the street, we're going to choose option 1. If you want to stay hidden in the alcove with the doctors, we're going to choose option 2. Go. Are we not men and women of science? I don't know. How do you decide if they're men or women of science? What qualifies them as that? I mean, they are doctors. I feel like that indicates men and women of science. I mean, they just really quick to assume magic. I mean, they didn't say magic. They just said living mummy. So, like... and then decide they're gonna get rich on it. As much as I would love to think that all doctors care more about science than wealth, I'm not sure that's actually the case. Also, I'm really proud of like how well I like randomly wrapped my hand up here. Just kind of, I don't know. I like it. Look at this cool twisty thing. It's cool. Okay, everybody decided on the same thing. Everyone decided on option 1. We are going to run away from those doctors because they are clearly not men and women of science. And we're going to page 91. These doctors are creeps, you decide. They're going to look at you as if they've just won the lottery and you're the prize. You've got to get away from them. You yank your wrist hard and dash out of the alcove and back onto the sidewalk. Luckily, the limousine driver doesn't seem to notice you, even with your bandages trailing behind you. The doctors chase you, but you manage to slip away from them. You sneak into a side door of the hotel and take the elevator to the 14th floor. I like that it says the 14th floor because most of those big buildings don't have a 13th floor because it's like spooky or like they're like superstitious, so they don't have 13th floor. So the 14th floor really is the 13th floor. So that's cool. Where was I at? You rush to the room you share with your family, and then you reach for your room key. Your heart starts to pound. Oh no, you forgot. You're a mummy. No pockets, no room key. You knock on the door. What else can you do? You hear footsteps from inside the room. Good. Someone's coming. But who? You hope it's your older brother, Derek. He can be a jerk sometimes, but usually the two of you get along. You wrap your face back up as best you can and put your hand on your hip, trying to look casual. As the door swings open, when you see who's there, a scream rises in your throat. Who's at the door? Find out on page 66. Oh. Why is the fourth floor the bad floor, or is the third floor the bad floor for Japanese culture? I've never heard that before. I like it, though. Standing in the doorway in front of you is the most terrifying thing you've ever seen in your life. You. At least, it looks like you. You know that it's really the mummy. He stole your body, and now he's living in your hotel room and wearing your clothes. He looks really stupid in your pajamas, too. The mummy, the kid who looks like you, laughs in your face. And then he slams the door and double locks it. Hey, you try to shout, but no sound comes out. And then you realize you can't speak. Turn to page 75. For a moment, you stand in the hallway just staring at the locked door. Locked. Locked out of your hotel room, locked away from your family, locked out of your own life. And no one even knows it, you realize. Your family probably thinks this mummy is you. Why not? He looks like you. No, you want to cry. You can't steal my life that way. But your mouth won't make a sound. And suddenly, you hear a noise. The elevator. Someone's coming. Your heart pounds faster. Don't let anyone see me, you think. Please. Quick, hide on page 10. Frantically, you glance around for some place to hide. Any place. You spot a storage closet a few feet away. The door stands slightly opened. Yes, you think as you quickly slip inside. You flip on a light, hold your breath, and listen. Are the footsteps coming towards you? You wait. Your heart pounds. Finally, the footsteps pass. You breathe and glance around at the supplies in the closet. Rolls of toilet paper, soaps, tiny bottles of hotel shampoo, towels, mops, a vacuum cleaner, and pens. Ballpoint pens with the hotel's name on them. Small notepads, too. There's some of them just like it by the telephone in your room. That's what you need, you realize. Paper and a pen, so you can write your family a note. You start to scribble a note to your brother, Derek. But suddenly, you notice something else on the closet floor. Something even better than a pen. Keys. The housekeeper could have dropped them, you decide. They look like master keys that'll open every room in the hotel. If you want to use the keys to open your hotel room, we're going to choose option 1. If you want to try and write a note and slip it to Derek instead, we're going to choose option 2. And I'm slightly behind, but, it's almost loaded. Cool. Okay, choose option 1 to use the keys to get into your hotel room, or choose option 2 to slip a note to Derek. Go. Unwrapped. This keeps happening. Okay, we chose option 1. We're going to use the keys to sneak into our own hotel room that already has somebody that looks like us inside of it, on page 41. And I'm sure our parents won't be freaked out at all. Forget writing a note, you decide. You want to see your family again. You want to confront that creep, that mummy that's stolen your life. You pick up the keys and flip through them. You spot one with a small piece of masking tape on it. In blue ink, someone has written the word master on it, the tape. That's it. That key will open your family's door. You race down the hall. The key fits. Just as you had hoped. In an instant, you turn the lock and burst into your family's hotel room. To your surprise, they're all sitting there, wide awake, waiting for you. Including the mummy, who looks exactly like you used to. Ah! Susie screams when she sees you. Ah! Get him away! I told you, the mummy who looks like you shouts. I told you he was following me. Grab him, Derek. Quick, your dad says. Turn to page 92. Before you know it, Derek and your dad rush forward and grab your arms. Roughly, they wrestle you to the floor. No, Dad, it's me, you want to scream. But it's Susie who does the screaming. You glance at your mother, hoping that at least she will recognize you. Your own mother. But her eyes grow wide with fear. She reaches out and yanks Susie towards her. She hugs your little sister close to protect her. From you. You'd never hurt your own sister. You struggle to get up, but Derek sits on your legs and Dad holds your arms. You flail around and pull one arm free, just for an instant. With a gauzy finger, you point accusingly at the mummy. And then you point at yourself, tapping your own chest. And then you point back at the mummy again. Will they get it? Will your parents see what you're trying to tell them? That the mummy is not really you, and that you aren't really the mummy. Just for an instant, they seem to understand. Go on to page 102. You gaze into your mother's eyes. Please understand, you want to say. Please, it's me. Michael, she whispers to your dad. I think it's trying to tell us something. Your dad gazes deeply into your eyes. Does he see you in there? Or only empty eye sockets surrounded by horrible, dried, leathery flesh? Before your dad can answer, the mummy speaks up. Yeah, he's telling us something. He's saying he's after me. The mummy cries, like I told you. You see a secret twinkle in the mummy's eye. He knows the truth. He knows he's stolen your body, and he knows he's telling a huge lie. But no one else knows. Call the hotel security, your father declares. Better yet, call the police. Yeah, the mummy agrees, gleefully agrees. Call the police. Turn to page 80. The police? Your parents are calling the police to have them take you away? Your heart races, panicked at the thought. You know what's going to happen next. A bunch of museum guys will drag you away and study you, or scientists from the government. They'll lock you up and stick things in you, maybe even cut you open. Mom, Dad, you cry silently. Don't you know it's me? Suddenly, you get an idea. You relax your arms and play dead. Really dead, like a mummy's supposed to be. Every muscle in your body goes limp, and you just lie perfectly still on the floor, hardly breathing. The police burst through the door a few moments later, and they find a normal-looking family huddled around a motionless Egyptian mummy. A living mummy? Yeah, that's a new one, you hear one of the officers say. Does he look alive to you? The other officer chuckles. Yeah, I've heard some good ones in my time, but that's a first, he adds. All right, put him up. The policeman is walking towards your dad with handcuffs. Turn to page 71. The officer places your dad in handcuffs. Your family just stands there looking stunned. You people must be crazy, one policeman says, vandalizing a priceless Egyptian exhibit like that. We got a call earlier tonight about the stolen mummy, but I didn't think we'd find it that fast. Your little sister starts to cry. Derek shouts, wait, you're making a mistake. But the weirdest part of it all is what the mummy does. He starts to laugh. It's as if he can't help it. He laughs and laughs and laughs. He can't stop. And does it sound like your laugh either? It's more like an evil cackle. Even the policemen look at him strangely. Your mom looks down at you lying still on the floor, and she smiles. She smiles right at you. You stand up with a start and run behind her. The officers both gasp. One reaches for his gun, but your mom grabs his arm with her hand and stops him. Don't you dare, she shouts. That's my boy you're after. Now it's the mummy's turn to look stunned. Your mom recognizes you. And that's when you finally know you're in for a happy ending. Okay, so that was like the best storyline in the book so far. I'm a little sad that it just kind of ended like that. As opposed to like finishing out the story of like you being a mummy with your family and living your life, or getting your body back, or anything. I feel like they could have gone way more into that, and that would have been amazing. But either way, I guess it was still a good ending, so I'm gonna be appreciative of it. And then that was our 11th ending. And we still had 3 time loops. Jeremy says, your family would have been arrested for obstruction of justice and you'd be dissected. Can we just pretend for a minute that we're going to have a happy ending in a Goosebumps book? Please? Okay, so we're going to go back to... was this the last one? I can't tell which one it is. Sometimes I put the bookmarks too close together. Okay, so we're going back to where we could use the keys to go into our hotel room, or we could write a note and slip it to your brother. So we're going to write a note for our brother on page 117 instead. You decide to write a note to your brother and slip it under your family's hotel room door. Clumsily, you pick up a pen and clutch it in your gauzy hand. Your hand feels like a paw with all that cloth wrapped around it. So your handwriting looks weird, messy. But who cares? Quickly you scribble a note. It says, Dear Derek, help! I can't explain how, but somehow I've been transformed into the mummy, and the mummy has taken over my body. Don't trust that creep. He's just pretending to be me. I'm hiding in the storage closet down the hall. Please come help me. You think a moment, and then you add your birthday and the name of your favorite basketball player, just so that he knows it's you for sure. And then you sign your name. You sneak out of the closet and walk down the hall. Your gauzy feet don't make a sound. You slip the note under the door to the room where your family is staying, and then you hurry back to the storage closet to hide and wait. Turn to page 59. 10 minutes go by. 20. You stand in the storage closet hiding, waiting for someone to find you. But who will it be? You hate this part. It feels too much like playing hide and seek, waiting to be caught. Suddenly, you hear footsteps in the hall. Quiet footsteps. You hold your breath. The footsteps stop right outside the storage closet door. Silence. Why doesn't he come in, you wonder? What's he waiting for? Is it Derek? You don't dare open the door. What if it's not Derek? What if it's someone else? Silence. Finally, you start to reach for the doorknob. Before you touch it, it turns by itself, and the door swings open. No! You! Your body, your face, you're standing out in the hall. But it isn't you. It's the mummy inside your body. Quickly, he reaches out and grabs you by the neck. Turn to page 42. The mummy, who looks exactly like you, moves forward into the storage closet. He pushes you back, forcing you against the closet wall. You're trapped. I got your note, he grumbles. He reaches into his pajama pocket, your pajamas, and pulls out the crumpled paper you wrote on. He throws it in your face. Forget it. You're never going to get your body back. I've been waiting too long for this chance. My chance to have a life. Still pinning you against the back closet wall with one hand, he grabs at your bandages with the other. The bandages that wrapped themselves around you all by themselves. You try to fight him off, but he's stronger. He unwraps you from the top, unwinding the bandages that encircle your head. You won't last long without these, he says. Your body will soon start to rot, and then, All at once, he jumps back. A look of terror flashes into his eyes. Turn to page 16. The ah was probably not a ah as much as it was a ah, but sometimes I can't tell. Your bandages, the ones the mummy kid is unwrapping, have trailed across his arms. All at once, they start to wrap themselves around him just as they had mysteriously clung to you. They bind him quickly, tightly. They seem to have a life of their own, as if they want to choke him to death. The mummy kid's eyes flash with fear. No, he cries, trying to pull away. Yes, you think. This is it. This is how I can trade places with him again. If you can just get all the bandages off in time, then they'll wrap around him just as they wrapped around you in the lobby of the pyramid building. As fast as you can, you start to unwrap the rest of your bandages. Quickly, you unwrap the horrible gauze so that it will be free to encircle the mummy. The bandages wind themselves around his face, his neck, and his body. They pin his arms to his side so he can't move. Turn to page 111. No, the mummy kid lets out a muffled cry from under his bandaged mouth. But you ignore him. As soon as he is wrapped up, you reach out and touch him on the face. Your face. Instantly, you feel a sudden jolt of electricity flow through you, like an electrical shock. It burns and stings, and you feel it twice, once in the mummy's body and once in your own. As if you are two people at once. You pull your hand away. All at once, the mummy kid's skin begins to harden into the ancient, dried brown leather. You glance down at your own hands and watch them turn pink again. After that, everything seems like a blur. You race to your hotel room and tell your parents the whole story. No one quite believes you about the mummy being alive, especially since he's not alive now. He seems perfectly and completely dead. But later that night, when you pick up the mummy's diary, you find something new written on the last page. I am back in my prison. For now, it says. But soon I will awaken again and take my revenge. Here we go again. The end. 12 endings. That was a good one. I like that one way better than the last one. That was solid. Okay, so we're going back to where we were hiding in the streets. And we had the option to run away into the street or to stay with the doctors that seem to want to dissect us. And this time we're gonna say, yeah, these doctors seem totally legit. Like, they don't want to use me as an experiment. And we're gonna stay with them on page 112. You decide to stay in the alcove. You don't want to risk being seen by anyone else. Besides, you figure you can get away from the doctors. Wrong. Grab him, Stuart. The female doctor suddenly shouts, grab his legs. You struggle to pull away, but the two doctors overpower you. Dr. Lacey, you can read her name tag, grabs your arms. The other guy, Stuart, hoists you by your legs. They carry you through the emergency room, down a hospital hallway, into a small, dark examining room. With an evil grin on his face, Stuart locks the door, and then he picks up a tray full of gleaming surgical tools. One of the tools has a jagged, wheel-shaped razor on the end of it, like a pizza cutter with a super sharp blade. Another one has pincers. Okay, he says, let's see what's inside this mummy. There's no way to escape. Just turn to page 14. See what's inside? Are they kidding? The doctors close in on you, rubbing their hands together eagerly. I'm going to enjoy this, Stuart says with a creepy smile. Stuart sounds like a dentist. Hey, welcome back. It's so late. Come back. I lost all my words. Thank you for joining us, Ace of Spades. When you say sounds like a dentist, I think about the dentist from Little Shop of Horrors, who's like a masochist or whatever and just like wants to torture people. Okay. Let's find out what's in there, Dr. Lacey adds eagerly. You stare at the surgical tools in terror. You want to scream. You want to yell for help. But when you open your mouth, no sound comes out. You can't talk. You'll never be able to explain that you're really a kid. What will you do? You're desperate to escape. You scan the room, searching for something, anything that will help you. You spot a chemical beaker full of some kind of clear liquid. You pick up the beaker and toss the liquid in Dr. Lacey's face. Hey, she sputters. He just threw water at me. Water? Your heart sinks. That was the only plan you had, and it didn't work. These doctors are going to open you up for sure. Turn to page 31. Hold him down, Stewart yells. I'll set up the x-ray machine. X-rays? Is that all they're going to do? Oh, that won't be so bad. Maybe it'll even be interesting. You stop struggling and cooperate as the two doctors x-ray each and every part of your body, even your head. A short while later, Stewart strolls out of the dark room, holding the x-rays up to the light. I don't believe it, he mutters. What did you find? Dr. Lacey asks Stewart. She stands next to him and peers at the x-rays. He has no organs, no heart, no stomach, no brain. Stewart answers, Of course, I didn't expect him to, since he's a mummy. Then what's so unusual? Dr. Lacey demands. This, Stewart says. Look what I found inside his head. Dr. Lacey takes an x-ray from Stewart and holds it up to the light, and she gasps. Astonishing, Dr. Lacey exclaims. Amazing, extraordinary. Stewart adds, What's going on? Aren't they going to tell you? After all, it's your head. Find out what's in there on page 125. I appreciate, that is not how x-rays work. But, it's fine. They wrote this for 12-year-olds in 1996. He has a computer chip in his brain, Dr. Lacey cries. Seriously? You hop off the examining table and hurry over to get a look for yourself. Yep, it's true. There's some kind of weird computer chip in your brain. For the next 3 days, the doctors perform 6 jillion tests on you. Luckily, they don't cut you open. And guess what? It turns out that the ancient Egyptians were on the verge of discovering computer technologies. At least that's what one of the scientists thinks. The computer chip in your brain is simple, but it works. It allows you to move around. At first, it's fun being a scientific miracle. You like all the attention. They put your picture in all the newspapers, reporters come to interview you, they even make a TV special about you. But after a while, the fun begins to wear off. You start to miss your family, even Susie the squirt. So you decide to write Dr. Lacey a note. You want to explain that you're really a kid and not a mummy, and that you want her to help you change back. But all your writing comes out looking like ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics. Even you can't read it. It looks like this, which translated means the end. That's cool. Does it? Considering that all the hieroglyphics in the book don't actually look like real hieroglyphics, I'm going to say no, it probably doesn't actually mean that. The font looks like wingdings. Oh my gosh, I love that, you guys. Oh. Okay, so that's our 13th ending. Like the floor. Oh, it looks like the Squidward painting. It does a little bit. Not a lot. Just a little bit. That middle guy there. I can't remember what the Squidward painting is called, but I know I have friends that do know what the Squidward painting is called. So I can find out like in 3 seconds. Anyone remember what it's called? I'm going to find out. I think Ethan knows. gonna find out. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna go back to Bold and Brash. Yep, that's it. You got it. Great job. Yep, that's it. Isn't actually seriously considering doubting the scientific accuracy of this book? I don't know what you're even talking about. The thing I'm confused about so far is, okay, so the picture is still legitimately showing like a mad scientist style mummy. And we have not had a mad scientist style mummy yet. So I really don't know what where that's coming in at. But I mean, we still have probably like a good chunk of the book left. So, because we're only at 13 endings, and there's at least 20. So okay, hang on. Where did that page go? Oh no. I don't know what page we were on. Anyone remember what page that was? With the Squidward looking thing? I was going to take a picture of it and then I lost it. I have literally no idea. What? I cannot, can't look at that right now. Okay. Yeah, I can't follow links right now. Sorry, man. That's the wrong page. Okay. So going back, we just found out that we were transformed into the mummy. And we had the option to try and just go back to the hotel and try to meet up with our family and get help there. Or we had the option to try and unwrap ourselves here at the museum before we try and go back. And we chose to just go to the hotel last time, so we're going to try and unwrap ourselves on page 115 this time. You need to get these bandages off, and you have to hurry. The guard is going to wake up any second. Frantically, you claw at the bandages around your neck. Around and around you go, unwrapping one piece at a time. Some bandages are long, flimsy pieces. Others are short, little scraps of cloth. As each one comes loose, you let it drop down on the marble floor at your feet. Finally, you reach the last layer of bandages. Slowly, you peel away the thin cloth that covers your skin. Skin? That's not skin under there. That's ancient mummified flesh. It's as hard as football leather, as brown as beef jerky, and as wrinkled as a 60-year-old prune. You whirl around and come face to face with your own image in the mirrored elevator doors. What do you see? Find out on page 77. Seriously, I hope to show a preview of what you can get the distance. Okay, it didn't, and now I waste all this time explaining it because shit doesn't clear to my needs. I don't know what this joke is. I'm so sorry. No! Unwrapping the bandages didn't work. You're still a mummy. Your screams are so loud, they awaken the sleeping guard, the one who's been snoring at his desk until now. Startled, he whips around and lumbers over to where you're standing. Yowza! The guard cries out. What the? The guard is a pot-bellied guy with red veins on his nose. Instantly, he reaches towards the side of his belt, to the place where his holster would be. No, you think, please don't shoot me. I don't want to die. You start to duck, but he pulls out a walkie-talkie instead of a gun. He pushes the button, speaks into it. George, come quick. We've got trouble, the guard shouts, and then he moves towards you. He looks kind of scared. He raises his fists. No, wait, you try to say. I'm just a kid. Your lips form the words, but the voice doesn't work. No sound comes out. You can't talk. How come we could scream, but we can't talk? We're done. Can't give up. Go on to page 113. The other guard, the one named George, runs through the marble lobby and lunges at you from behind. His arms encircle you. At the same time, the first guard grabs your legs. No, you try to scream again, but in the last few moments, your transformation into a mummy has become complete. Your vocal cords have hardened into dry sticks. They won't move. Okay, I'll take it that maybe we were only in partial transformation and that's why we were able to scream the first time and not this time. Suddenly, the terrible truth hits you. To all the world, you're a mummy, not a kid. You are a living mummy, a freak of nature, something to be feared and destroyed. You struggle against the guards, flailing your arms wildly. You kick your dry brown legs at George's shins, desperate to escape. You twist your small, leathery body, hoping to slip free. But there's no match for the powerful guards. Or no match for the guards. They're swift and powerful. They lift you off the floor and carry you towards the money sarcophagus and stuff you inside. Also, I really appreciate your George of the Lobby joke due to the fact that Brendan Fraser played George of the Jungle and also was the lead explorer character in the movie The Mummy, which we were talking about earlier in the book before you joined. So everything comes full circle. Turn to page 33. George holds you down while the other guards closes the sarcophagus lid tight. Help, you want to scream as the darkness closes in on you. And then you're thrown against the side of the sarcophagus. The guards have lifted you up into their shoulders and are carrying you somewhere. At first, you bang on the sarcophagus lid with both fists. Let me out, you silently scream. And then you lie very still and listen. From the guards' muffled conversation, you figure out what's happening. They are carrying the wooden mummy case to a car and loading it into the trunk. Now what? George asked the other guard. Now we take it back to the museum, the other guy replies. No way, you hear George exclaim. Are you kidding? We've got a living mummy here. We are going to make a fortune. From inside the sarcophagus, you hear the other guy mumble something. George answers back. It sounds like they're arguing. You hear George exclaim, okay, we'll flip a coin for it. Heads you win, tails we do what I say. Uh-oh. Your life depends on the flip of a coin. So, I need someone to get a coin. Do it now. We're going to flip a coin. If it comes up heads, we turn to page 67. If it comes up tails, then we turn to page 17. I'm going to turn the voting music on while we wait for somebody to flip a coin and let us know. Oh, you were so fast. I didn't even get to play the music. Oh, Jeremy says heads. Google says tails. Did anyone else do it? Should we vote on heads or tails? I need a tiebreaker flip, you guys. One more flip. Somebody else flip a coin. Without one of my special coins on hand. What kind of amateur do you take me for? Oh, thanks, Jeremy. Somebody gave me some coins recently to have so that I could flip a coin for it. But I don't know where those coins are. And I feel like it's more fun if you guys get to do it than if I just do it. So, do I have a third viewer? Heads. Okay. Okay, I got 2 heads and a tails. We're going with heads, you guys. Okay, we're going to page 67. You flip a coin. It comes up heads. Or it would have come up heads. Unfortunately, the coin that George flipped was one of those tricky 2-sided coins. Both sides were tails. It didn't even have a head side. Of course, that's why he was so eager to flip a coin in the first place. Which means you're out of luck. Oh, dang, Jeremy. If you want to continue reading this story, keep flipping a coin until it comes up tails, and then turn to page 17. So, for our heads or tails vote, Do we count that as a time loop, you guys? I don't know. I'm going to count that as a time loop. I think it counts. Because we're forced to go to this page from two different directions. So we're going to page 17, and that's a time loop. So... where were we at here? 13 endings, and this is our number sign 4th time loop. 13/4. Okay. Page 17. The guard flips a coin and it comes up tails. Good, George says. I win. Now listen to me. You listen too, from inside your mummy case in the trunk. But you can't hear a thing. And moments later, George slams the trunk shut and the car takes off. Whoa! You want to cry as you feel the car zooming up and down the famous San Francisco hills. Your stomach would be turning over right now. If you had one. The hills are so steep, it feels as if you're on a roller coaster. George drives like a maniac. You can hear the tires squeal around the corners as he makes sharp turns. Finally, the car slows down and eases to a stop. Where are we, you wonder? You hear a foghorn and the sound of water lapping at the sides of a pier. You figure you must be near a dock. You can almost smell the salty air from inside the wooden case. Why would they bring me to a pier, you wonder? And then you get a sinking feeling. I like the sinking feeling because you're at a pier. Page 55. Suddenly, you hear the trunk of the car open. Someone's lifting you out. Your stiff, mummified body slides forward in the wooden sarcophagus. You bump your head. Ow, you think. Hurry up, George whispers loudly. The boat's about to leave. Help me get this heavy coffin on board. On board, you think? Where are they taking me? Bump. Slam. Oof. Your body crashes against the walls of the mummy case, slapping first to one side and then the other. Ow. Suddenly, you begin to feel dizzy, lightheaded, strange all over. What's going on? Maybe all this slamming around is getting to me, you think. Put it down here, a deep voice suddenly commands. Let's see this living mummy you told me about. It's a new voice, someone you haven't heard before. Kabump! The two guards drop the sarcophagus with a heavy thud, and then someone lifts the lid and peers inside. Light streams in on you. Hey, what's happening to him? The man with the deep voice cries. He smells rotten. Turn to page 13. The three men lean closer and peer into your sarcophagus. Yowza, the other guard yells. He's starting to rot. No, you think. But it's true. Your ancient, mummified body is turning to mush. Your face is losing its shape. Your hollow, ancient eyes are caving in, leaving huge holes in your face. No wonder you feel so weak. It's the salt air, the man with the deep voice cries. His eyes open in horror as pieces of your body begin to fall away. Without bandages to protect it from the fog and the salty air, the dried flesh is molding and breaking down. What should we do with him? George asks, holding his nose. He's no good to us now, the man with the deep voice answers. We've got to get rid of him. No, the other guard insists. I say we take him back to the museum. Flip a coin, George declares. That's how we decide. Oh no, you think. Not another coin. So flip another coin, everybody. If it's heads, we're turning to page 25. If it's tails, we're turning to page 27. Obviously, George has some connections to illegal shipping practices, and he just has some friends in the biz, you know. So, I don't know. I'm going to say George has some mob connections. We got heads this time. I want to hear another story about George. I doubt that George is in any of these other stories. Okay, we're going with heads unless anyone else has something else to say about it. Speak now or forever hold your peace. We're going to page 35. The man with the deep voice flips a coin. It's heads. Okay, take him back to the museum, the man agrees. But do it now. We sail in 2 minutes. Get him off my ship. Clumsily, the 2 guards toss the lid back on the sarcophagus and haul you off the ship. An hour later, you arrive at the San Francisco Fine Arts Museum. They hand you over to Marvin Donnelly, the museum director who's in charge of Egyptian collections. What have you done to him? Marvin shouts when he glances in the wooden sarcophagus. My beautiful mummy! He's a mess! I'm not really a mummy, you want to cry. I'm a kid. But with your body rotting away, you can't even manage to sit up. Pieces of your old, hard flesh fall off in chunks. It makes you weak and dizzy. You lie still in your sarcophagus, too tired to even cry. Turn to page 101. This is getting sad. It's not just scary, it's sad. Get out, Marvin yells at the guards, sending them away. He lifts your rotting body out of the mummy case, gently and carefully. He grabs a handful of gauze rolls from a drawer and he starts wrapping you up again. Yes, you think. The gauze feels cool and clean. As soon as the bandages touch your skin, you begin to feel better, more alive. He's saving you. You feel your strength return. You sit up and look Marvin in the eye. He doesn't even flinch. It's as if he expected you to be alive. You move your hand, pretending to write something, and he calmly hands you a pencil and paper. I'm a kid, you write frantically. The mummy traded places with me and then escaped. He stole my body. You have to help me. I have to get back to my family. Marvin reads the note over your shoulder and sighs. I know, he says. I know. He knows? That's fantastic, you think. Maybe he knows how to change you back into a kid again. Find out what else Marvin knows on page 89. Marvin nods towards the corner of the room. For the first time, you look around. You're in a huge museum storage room. There are other mummies, too, not far from you. You're lying on tables in the far corner. The others are always saying the same thing, Marvin explains, pretending they have families to get to. I can't leave them alone for a minute. They'd try to escape, and I wouldn't be a very good museum director if I let all my mummies go, would I? What's he talking about? Are the other mummies alive, too? Is he not going to let it go? You're an important artifact from ancient Egypt, he adds. A major addition to our collection. You'll understand if I have to keep you under lock and key. He's carrying you over to a storage locker. A big one in the far corner. He's putting you in it. Wait a minute. You thought he was going to help. You move your hand up and down like a mad, trying to pretend to write, hoping he'll give you the pencil and paper again. Don't worry, he adds as he swings the locker door shut. You'll get to see your family again someday. We'll send them tickets to the exhibition. The end. Oh, okay. 14 endings and 4 time loops. Okay. We're going back. Okay, so we flipped heads last time. We're going to choose tails instead and go to page 27. They flip a coin. Tails. George declares, uh-oh. Big trouble. Major bummer. Toss him overboard, the man with the deep voice orders, and get it over with. Those are the last words you ever hear. A second later, George and the other guard fling you over the side of the boat. The chilly water soaks into you. You start to sink. You could never swim, even as a kid. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is that these coastal waters are shark infested. And as it turns out, mummies make great fish food. The end. Oh. I don't like that ending because it says that if the sharks eat you, you're fish food, but I'm pretty sure sharks are mammals and not fish, so that's disappointing. Okay, I really have to take a pee break, And we got one more to go back. I don't think they're fish. I disagree with you. I'm going to look this up. But I'm going to take a quick break. Here you can listen to this song that my friend wrote for our stream again. It's like a minute and a half, so hopefully I can pee and come back in that time. Be right back. Wait, that's not the beginning. Okay, I was close at least. They are fish. Really? You think of dolphins or porpoises. Okay, whatever. They have gills. Is that like a defining feature? I don't know. I know hair and giving life birth is a defining feature of mammals. I guess if they don't have hair, they don't count. Is that... Are there anything that have gills that are not considered fish? I don't know. Some mammals lay eggs, like only the platypus, I'm pretty sure. Oh, echidnas. I'm so sorry, Knuckles. Okay. Continuing with the book. We have several more endings left. There's at least a minimum of 6 more endings. So, let's see. Our last step backwards from where we were was when the mummy escaped and you spotted the cloth bandages and you had the option to pick it up because you heard something coming from across the room. And we chose to pick up the bandage. But the other option is to just run instead of picking up the bandage, which is probably a smarter idea since the bandage turned us into a mummy. So we're going to just run away on page 18 and see what happens there. The guard could be making the noise, or it could be the mummy. Either way, you don't want to be found. Hide fast. You dash across the lobby and dart behind a pillar. Scrape. Scrape. It sounds as if someone is dragging his feet across the floor, and whoever it is still headed your way. Who could it be? You're halfway to the exit. Your knees tremble with fear, but you can't help being curious, so you have to make a decision. If you want to stay where you are and find out who it is, we're going to choose option 1. If you want to leave now and just go back to the hotel, we're going to choose option 2. Vote now. Order some room service and chill. That would be so nice. I want some room service. Someone please order me room service to my house. Okay, we are tied again. But only at the hotel. No, I want it at my house. Okay. So we were tied, so I'm going to go ahead and choose option 1 to stay and find out who is making the sounds around us. I'm trying to rewrap my arms because I'm falling apart here. I just can't keep it on. Okay, we're going to page 45. You decide to stay hidden behind the pillar. You want to find out if it's the mummy. You have to see the mummy, if the mummy really came back to life. Scrape, scrape. The footsteps sound nearer and nearer. You can't stand it anymore. You peek your head around the corner. The figure steps into the dim light of the lobby from a nearby hall. It's the mummy, and he's alive. Turn to page 62. Your heart pounds faster and faster. The diary was true, but how? How can an ancient mummy come back to life? The mummy is taller than you had expected, and bulkier too. In fact, he seems to be about 6'5", and he's built more like a football player than a dead king. He could flatten me with one hand, you think. Scrape, scrape. At this point, I'm like, did the mummy steal the security guard's body? I don't know. He's coming closer. Scrape, scrape. He's bigger than his mummy case, you realize. How can that be? Did he grow larger when he came back to life? Better stop wondering and start worrying. You've been so fascinated by the mummy, you forgot to see if you can see him, he can probably see you. You pop your head back behind the pillar. Now what? You're hiding from a huge, living mummy in the middle of the night with no one around to help you. Running away seems like an excellent idea, but as soon as you take a step past the pillar, 2 bandaged hands wrap around your throat. Turn to page 78. Don't, you cry out, although the mummy is nearly choking you and you can hardly breathe. The sound of your voice is muffled and tiny, not even loud enough to wake the guard. The mummy lifts you off the ground by your throat. You clutch at his bandaged hand, trying to pull them off of your neck. His grip relaxes just enough to allow you to breathe, but he doesn't let go. You stare into his eyes. They seem hollow, empty, dead. And then he opens his mouth. Is he going to speak? What will the ancient king say to you? Find out on 121. You hang from the mummy's grip, terrified. Your feet dangle several inches off the floor, but you still can't wait to hear what the mummy has to say. Welcome to the pyramid building, the mummy announces. Huh? That's it? That's the message from beyond the grave? Rip-off. Bogus. Put me down, you yell and kick the mummy's knees. Ow! Your toe bangs into the mummy's bandaged leg. Only it's not soft and leathery. It feels hard, more like metal. And then you hear sounds down the hall. Another figure appears in the dim light of the lobby. Over here, Sylvia, the figure calls out. Found him. The person steps out of the shadows. It's a guy in jeans and a sweatshirt carrying some kind of remote control. Definitely human. What are you doing in here? The man demands. You can't answer. The mummy still has you by the throat. Turn to page 136. Everyone drink to the last page of the book. Oh, sorry. The guy presses a button on the remote and the mummy releases you. You crash to the floor. A young woman with dark curly hair rushes into the lobby. You figure she must be Sylvia. She races over to the mummy. Brad, is Manny okay? She asks. I think he's fine, Brad tells her. What about me, you grumble. You scramble to your feet. Your neck hurts where the mummy choked you, and your toe hurts where you kicked him, and your backside hurts where you landed. Sylvia turns to you, eyes flashing. What were you doing to Manny? She puts her arms around the mummy. I wasn't doing anything to him, you protest. He was trying to kill me. Brad and Sylvia laugh. I guess it works, Brad says. Brad and Sylvia explain that Manny the mummy is a robot. He's part of a publicity stunt for the exhibit. They were just testing him out to be sure he worked. We didn't expect anyone else to be around in the middle of the night, Brad says. Manny the mummy is totally cool. So are Brad and Sylvia. They let you play with the controls. They even asked you to be a part of the promotion. You get to be the one who screams. The end. Oh. That's okay, I guess. That's our 15th ending with 4 time loops. Okay, we're going to go back. If I can get to the page. Okay. So when we hear the mummy coming, we are going to just leave and go back to the hotel instead of waiting around. So we're going to page 88. I'm out of here, you decide. Running into a mummy or a guard would probably be bad news. You race through the revolving door at the front of the lobby. You run down the dark, empty streets towards your hotel. Hey, are those footsteps behind you? You don't look back. You don't want to know if the mummy is behind you. Finally, you reach your hotel room and slip inside with your key. Whew, you think. You're safe. Luckily, everyone else is still asleep. Your parents' door is closed, and they don't even hear you come in. The room is really a suite. Your parents are sleeping in the bedroom, and you, Derek, and Susie have the living room. A thin blade of light streams into the living room from the bathroom. The light is left on for Susie, who snores on the sofa. Derek is stretched out on a cot. You tiptoe past him, heading towards your sleeping bag on the floor. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and grabs your arm. Turn to page 131. Yikes! You jump, stumbling over Derek's cot. When you catch your balance, you spin around, and you see your brother grinning at you in the dim light. What are you doing up? Derek whispers. He lets go of your arm. Where did you go? Shh, you whisper, pointing at Susie. You don't want him to wake her. Then you tell him all about the mummy and the mummy's diary. Let me see it, Derek demands, sitting on the cot. He loves this kind of thing. With the light from the bathroom, you can see the diary lying on top of your sleeping bag. You had to bring your sleeping bag along because the hotel couldn't fit another cot in the room. The diary is right where you left it. Except, you didn't leave it lying open, did you? You rush over and pick up the ancient book. Someone has just written in the diary, and the ink is still wet. Find out what it says on page 118. Whoa, Derek, you murmur softly. Something really freaky is going on. Trembling, you sit beside Derek on the cot and you read the new entry out loud. I have waited 40 centuries for this night. The night when the stars are once again just as they were on the night of my birth. The night I can return to life. But now it is not to be. Why? I was too eager. I tried the spell too soon and the diary has fallen from my hands. I knew it, you whispered to Derek. I knew I saw his arm move, and that's when he dropped the diary. And go back to reading. And now, my diary has been stolen. My life has been stolen. I must take revenge on the one who steals my magic. Perhaps destroy the thief. Revenge? Destroy? The words are horrible. They jump out at you from the page, a terrifying warning. Derek lets out a slow whistle. But how did he write that, he asks. How did he get in here? And you remember the words you read earlier. He wrote it with his mind, you explain. Derek's eyes widen. But how? A knock at the door cuts him off. Who's there? Turn to page 126. You clutch Derek's hand. Don't answer it, you whisper. Derek stares at you. But it might be room service, he protests. Room service? Now? You glance at the clock. It's 1 a.m. Yeah, we ordered food 3 hours ago, remember, Derek says? But it never came. Maybe that's it now. Or maybe it's the mummy, you argue. Only one way to find out, Derek tells you. He's right. And as scared as you are, you know you have to find out. Is there a living mummy on the other side of the door? Okay, you grumble. A quick peek. Hold on a second. Derek grabs the diary out of your hands and shoves it under his mattress. And then he nods at you. You cross to the door and take a deep breath. You open the door just a crack and peer out. All you can see is a gauzy, bandaged arm. Are you going to open the door all the way? It's worth it for the room service. I agree it's worth it for the room service, you guys. I sure hope it is. Are you going to open the door all the way when you see a gauzy bandaged arm? If no, choose option 1. If yes, choose option 2. And something went wrong. Nope, it started. Go. Option 1 is no, we are not opening the door. Option 2 is yes, we are opening the door. Okay, we chose option 2. We're going to open the door to this bandaged arm on page 40. You decide to open the door, but your heart is racing. What if it is the mummy and he knows you took his diary? Will he be mad? In one swift, action-packed move, you fling open the door, taking a flying leap, a karate kick into the person standing there. Kapow! He tumbles halfway across the hallway. Uh-oh. Big mistake. Turn to page 57. I love that we just karate kicked into the hallway. With a horrible clatter of plates, glasses, and silverware, the hotel room service waiter crashes to the floor. Whimpering, he gazes at you from the floor with a bowl of strawberry ice cream melting on his chest. Pieces of club sandwich decorate his shoulders, and a big blob of mayonnaise drips from his ear. What did you do that for? He asks, moaning in pain. You glance at his right arm. It's wrapped up in bandages. Oops, you say. You gulp. Your face turned bright red. I thought you were a mummy. A mummy? The waiter repeats. He shakes his head. Man, this hasn't been my day. First I cut my hand, and now this, he moans. Oh, I think my leg is broken. What's going on? Your mother demands from the bedroom door. It was an accident, Mom, you sputter. And then you start apologizing, fast, to your parents, to the waiter, to your parents again, and even to Susie for waking her up. Everybody's mad at you, except for one person, Derek, and he can't stop laughing. Turn to page 34 to find out why. Derek is laughing uncontrollably. I got you, he squeals, pointing at you. I got you good. Got me, you stammer? What do you mean you got me? The mummy, the diary. He wipes tears of laughter away from his eyes. I made the whole thing up. I brought this diary from home, Derek explains. I made this paper in art class. I knew we were going to see the mummy when we got to San Francisco, so I thought up the diary scam. I dropped this in the lobby of the Pyramid Building by your feet. I knew you'd fall for it. You believe anything. Mom, you complain and try to kick Derek in the shins, but your mom fails to see you as the victim that you are. After she helps you and the waiter up and hands him some money, she sends both of you to bed for a whole day. And since you and Derek share the same motel room, you can't escape his teasing. And then something occurs to you. What about the mummy? He did escape last night. You were there, and you saw the broken glass. Turn to page 96. I know what you're thinking, Derek says. It's weird that the mummy disappeared last night, just like I wrote in the diary. It must be some freaky coincidence. Yeah, you agree weakly. I guess so. But you're not 100% sure. Still, you feel a lot better knowing that it was all a big joke, even if you do feel dumb. At least there isn't any mad mummy after you trying to get revenge. You do a lot of great things for the rest of your vacation. You ride a cable car and then visit the Golden Gate Park. You even take a ferry to Alcatraz, the island prison. It isn't until you get back home that you finally see the headlines in the paper. FBI nabs mummy nappers, restores 4,000-year-old mummy to San Francisco office building. Looks like you weren't alone in the Pyramid Building that night after all. The end. Oh. That's like the most like legitimate ending, but it's also like a not very cool ending. So that was 16 endings with 4 time loops. Worst of all, we didn't get the room service. I mean, you could have eaten it off the floor still. I mean, that's like a thing, I guess. Okay. We're going to go back here. And we are going to choose to not open the door for the bandaged arm. On page 23. At this point, where there's like no options left, and I'm like, how are we going to get to at least 20 endings? I don't know. You slam the door shut. It's him, you whisper to Derek. It's gotta be. You lean all your weight against the door. No way is the mummy getting in. Knock, knock, knock. It can't be the mummy, dummy, Derek says, hopping off his cot. He stomps over to the door and he shoves you aside. I mean, is Mummy gonna knock politely on the door? Knock, knock. Don't open it, you beg. You reach for the doorknob to try to stop him. Too late. Derek swings open the door. Standing there in the dimly lit hallway is a small figure wrapped in ancient bandages. The mummy! Before you or Derek can stop him, the mummy pushes through the doorway. There's a mummy standing in your hotel room. You can hardly believe it. You stole my life, the mummy whispers slowly. Now I will take my revenge. You're too stunned to move. All you can do is turn to page 38. The mummy's hand shoot out and grab your throat. He pulls you towards it. Revenge will be mine, The soft wheezing sound between each word the mummy speaks is terrible. It fills your ears, making you shudder. You struggle against his grip. His hands tighten on your neck. You can hardly breathe. Why isn't Derek helping you? You glance at him. Derek standing next to you, wide-eyed, mouth hanging open, frozen with fear. Derek, you try to say, but it only comes out as Dak because the mummy's grip is so tight on your throat. Finally, Derek snaps out of it. He lunges towards the mummy, but the mummy backs away, still grasping you by the throat. The mummy lets out a wheezing breath. Give me the diary, or else. Turn to page 105. Give the mummy the diary, or else what? You're almost too afraid to wonder. The diary, the mummy repeats. He shakes you by the throat, making you gag. I must have the diary's magic. That is the only way I can return to life. You feel the mummy's musty, hot breath on your face. It wheezes out between his hard, thin lips. Finally, he lets go of your throat. You lurch away from him, but he clutches you tightly by the arm. He's got some grip for a little dead guy. Give him the diary, you croak. You rub your sore throat with your free hand. No way, Derek says. We can't do that. Why not? Are you nuts, you yell? And then you glance toward your parents' bedroom door. Mom! Dad! You shout. From behind their door, you hear your mother's sleepy voice calling back. Go to sleep. You kids are going to be a wreck in the morning if you don't settle down. But Mom, you hollow. Not another word, she calls back. Now good night. From her tone, you know she means it. You're on your own. The mummy tightens his grip on your arm. Turn to page 110. Derek, please, give him the diary, you beg. Not until he lets you go, Derek insists. The mummy hesitates. Wheeze, wheeze. Finally, he releases your arm. Your knees shake as you race to Derek's cot. You reach under the mattress and yank out the mummy's diary. Here, you rush towards the ancient mummy. Not so fast, Derek grabs your wrist to stop you. Listen, I know about these things. Mummies, ghosts, aliens. It's always the same. We let them loose on Earth and we're in big trouble. I've seen it in movies a lot. Helping dead people come back to life? Well, it's a big mistake. Don't give him the diary. He could turn into some kind of crazy, evil monster and... But Derek, you interrupt, he already came back to life. What's the big deal? And anyway, he's gonna kill me if we don't give him the diary. Derek shrugs. Okay, he says, but don't say I didn't warn you. You'll be sorry. Derek sounds pretty sure about this. What do you think? If you want to give the diary to the mummy, we're going to choose option 1. If you think you should keep it, we're going to choose option 2. Go. We still have 15 seconds left to vote. Option 1 to give the diary to the mummy. Option 2 if you think you should keep it. Okay. We chose... It's not loading. Option 1. We're going to give the diary to the mummy on page 44. Here, take it. You thrust the diary into the mummy's bandaged hands. The mummy lets out a long, raspy sound like a sigh. You could swear his expression has changed. His face seems to soften with relief. Ah, yes, the mummy says, clasping the diary to his chest. Now, all I need is... Another long wheeze escapes from his mouth before he speaks his last word. You. Turn to page 30. Before you can jump away, the mummy's hand darts out and grabs your wrist. He picks up the tail end of his bandages, the long one that has come partly unwrapped. Quickly, he uses it to tie your wrists behind your back, like a prisoner. And then he does the same thing to Derek. For an old dead guy, he sure moves fast. The instant the bandage touches you, you feel your skin begin to wither and harden and shrivel. Your arms and legs grow stiff. So stiff, you can barely move. He yanks the bandages, and you and Derek both stumble towards the mummy. I can't get rid of the hiccups. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. He wraps more of the ancient strips around and around your bodies. What's happening? You start to ask Derek. But when you glance at Derek's face, you let out a horrible scream. Derek's face is brown and leather hard, just like the mummy's. And what's more, his eyes are gone. Only 2 deep, empty eye sockets remain. You stare into them, deeper and deeper, feeling yourself getting dizzy. It almost makes you pass out in disgust. Hurry to page 76. What have you done to my brother? You shriek. The mummy doesn't answer you. He simply takes another wheezing breath. Terrified, you struggle to lift your hands to your face. You can barely move. You want to scream again when you see your fingers. They're bony, brown, shriveled, and dry. Just like the mummy's, just like Derek's. Finally, you touch your own cheeks and feel for your eyes. Your fingers probe the spots where your eyes used to be. No, you scream as you plunge your fingers deep into the empty eye sockets. Your eyes are gone. How can that be, you wonder? You can still see. But before you can speak again, the whole world seems to go black. Suddenly, you can see nothing, hear nothing, feel nothing, except a terrible, dizzying whirl. Turn to page 107. Finally, the spinning stops. The darkness clears. You open your eyes and find yourself standing on the top of a tower. You recognize it as Coit Tower, an old landmark in San Francisco. It's on a hill overlooking all of the city and the bay. The long bandages that tied your wrists and attached you to the mummy are gone, but you're still wrapped in ancient cloth. Derek is at your side. He's hideous, still a mummy with wrinkled, dry skin and no eyes. So am I, you think. Now, I will come back to life, the mummy says as he lifts the diary and opens it. Now that the stars are right and I have the diary and I am standing at the highest place within 20 miles. How does a mummy know about miles? My disappointed face. He's only a few feet in front of you, at the edge of the tower. His back is to you as he stands facing up to the sky. You glance down at your wrinkled hands and shudder. You don't feel so sorry for the mummy anymore. Obviously, he has you under some kind of spell. How can you break his power over you? All it would take is one quick shove to knock the mummy off the tower, and it's a very long way down. If you want to push the mummy off the tower, choose option 1. If you wait to see if he comes back to life, choose option 2. And go. Vote. Oh, he just Googles it. Okay, that makes more sense. That you would just Google the answers. I forgot that mummies know how to Google things in 1996. I forgot. I'm so sorry that I forgot about that. Don't mind my rewrapping of the arms. Just gonna keep wrapping something. I don't know what this is supposed to be. I just don't want it to choke me. He asked Horace. When I was in college, one of the things that I made when I was first experimenting with ceramics before I changed my major, I was playing with porcelain, and I did make the different like organ jars for the mummies, but I couldn't find. I think I have at least 2 of them still, and I can't find it. And I was going to try and find them to put them on the shelf behind me, and I was not able to do that. So I apologize for not having actual, I don't even remember what they're called at this point, but the jars that you put your organs in when they mummify you, I had them at one point. Canopic jars, yes. Canuck. I feel like, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like there's some extra C's in there. But canopic is the thing. We chose option 1. We're going to push the sky off the tower on page 50. You decide to push the mummy off the tower. It could be your only hope of returning to normal. If he's destroyed, maybe the spell will be broken. So long, creep, you shout as you lunge forward and give him a hard shove. Ah! The mummy cries as he falls over the guardrail. He screams the whole way. Down, down. He hits the ground with a dull, smacking sound. Not a thud, really. More like a crack. Way to go, Derek cries, slowly lifting his wrapped arms to give you high fives. Yeah, you say, trying to smile, but your face feels frozen, even stiffer than before. Uh-oh. Go to page 100. You and Derek stare at each other in horror. Your arms, Derek cries, pointing. He's right. Your arms and legs are shriveling up even more than before. Your skin is becoming harder, drier, more prune-like. So is his. In a matter of minutes, both you and Derek have shrunken so much that your clothes hang on you loosely. They look as if they are 3 sizes too big. And you're still shrinking. Finally, you and your brother are nothing but dust. A strong wind off the bay blows your remains all the way to Egypt. Your dust scatters through the grains of sand in front of an ancient pyramid. This adventure has come to a dry, dusty end. Oh. Alta Vista. That was a thing. That's funny. Okay, this is 17 and 4. I think it was like canopic, like this. But I could be wrong. But it was like at least 10. It was like at minimum like 12 years ago that I made those canopic jars. So I am not 100% sure on that. Okay, let's go back and let's wait to see if the mummy comes back to life before we try pushing him over the edge of the building. On page 104. You'd better not try anything. Messing around with the mummy's spell could backfire. The mummy opens the diary and holds it up to the sky. At last, the stars are right, the mummy says. You glance at the page he's holding. It's a map of the stars. And then you gaze up at the sky. He's right, you whisper to Derek. Look, the stars match. Awesome, Derek murmurs. In the name of my ancestors, the mummy chants, I praise the stars and all that shines in the universe. Then, to your amazement, he pulls a small vial out from under his bandages. It looks like a test tube. Where did that come from, you wonder? He rips the page out of the diary and he pours the liquid from the little vial onto the page and eats it. Instantly, you feel that dizzying, spinning motion. The whole world goes black, as if you close your eyes, and then a rushing wind whips through your face. Lights? Or are they stars? Flash, exploding all around you. Derek, you cry out. Your ears fill with a horrible wailing. Even if Derek answered, you would never hear it. Turn to page 98. Oh, I'm glad that I had canopic right. Thank you. Also, the Tettles, thank you for thinking that I'm your favorite person. Finally, all is silent. You open your eyes. You're all alone. Standing on top of the Coit Tower. You gaze at the glittering lights of the city below. You shake your head a few times, trying to clear it. And then you feel a hand tap you on the back. Thank you, a gentle voice says softly. You whirl around and find a short, tan-skinned young man standing behind you. He wears an ancient-looking robe, trimmed in purple and gold. On his neck, you see a birthmark shaped like a question mark. The birthmark that frightened his people, just as it said in the diary. Were you the mummy? You ask him. I am the last great king of Egypt, he says, smiling shyly. Thank you for giving me my life. And then, before you can ask him anything else, he turns and vanishes into thin air. Wait, you call out, come back! And then you see him again, at the base of the tower, far below. How did he get there so quickly? You wonder. He strolls out into the night. You watch as his brightly colored robe disappears into the fog. Turn to page 124. For a while, you just stare after him into the darkness. And then you notice Derek on his knees a few feet away from you. What happened? Derek moaned. I feel so dizzy. What happened? You repeat. I think we just brought a mummy back to life. You help him up, and then you and Derek gaze at each other. Your hands, your arms, your faces. They're all normal again. No more mummy skin. No more empty eye sockets. Just two normal kids on top of Coit Tower. It takes some quick thinking, but finally, the two of you find a way back to the hotel without getting caught. Your parents never know that you were gone. But before you go to sleep, there's one last thing you've got to do. You and Derek hurry over to the pyramid building and sneak into the lobby. You just have to find out. Is the mummy still on display? Derek, you cry as soon as you step inside. Look! The entire lobby is empty. There's no mummy case, no Egyptian display. Everything, every scrap of evidence that mummy was ever there is gone, as if it had never been there. The end. Dude, this is like one of the coolest endings we've ever had of any book. It's like so, like, there's so many layers and there's so many things going on, and it's actually like good. I'm like so excited about this ending, you guys. Oh, that was so good. Ooh, that was 18 endings. Ooh, I can't type. 18 endings and 4 time loops so far. Oh, I'm really, really happy with that one. Thank you guys for watching. So we got at least one. I mean, there's at least 2 more endings in the book. So we got one more to go back and see what happens. And there's going to be a couple endings left. So we're going back to where we had the choice to give the diary to the mummy, or if we thought we should keep it, and we chose to give the diary to the mummy last time. Yes, I always read books on my stream. My stream is just these Goosebumps Choose Your Own Adventure books, and every week we read a new one, and I do a costume and background to match. So we gave the diary to the mummy the first time. So now we are going to keep the diary instead. We're turning to page 61. These are Choose Your Own Adventure books. So I read through, and then when we have a choice, everybody gets to vote on the choice, so you guys get to participate in the book. You decide Derek's right. You can't let the mummy have the diary. It seems really creepy to fool around with magic, especially magic that brings someone back to life who's been dead for 4,000 years. No deal, you tell the mummy. Then, just to be sure he doesn't grab the diary away from you, you rip it to shreds. He stares at you with his hollow eye sockets. It gives you chills. Uh-oh. Now he's mad. Really mad. Then I must seek my revenge, the mummy says, letting each word escape between wheezing breaths. The mummy's hand darts out. He grabs your wrist. He's unbelievably strong. You must come with me, he says, dragging you out towards the hall. Or? You have a choice? Or let me have that child. With the last word, the mummy lets go of your wrist and points to your little sister who's still asleep on the couch. Should you go with the mummy on page 6? Or should you let the mummy take Susie on page 64? Hoo-wee. Okay, so yes, we read through all of them because we go through and then back up and continue to go through so that we can read the entirety of the book. And the drinking game is only like kind of, we just drink on pages where like somebody has a birthday, or on page 69. That's the only drinking. There's not a specific game. We just cheers occasionally. So option 1, the poll has started. If you want to go with the mummy, choose option 1. Or if you want to give your little 5-year-old sister to the mummy, choose option 2. Oh, to vote, you need to do exclamation point VOTE and then the number you want to vote on. We still have 10 seconds left to vote if you haven't voted yet. Okay, we had more people vote for option 2. We are going to apparently let the mummy take our 5-year-old sister, because no big deal. We're going to page 64. Take her, not me, you shout. What? You're going to let a revenge-crazed mummy take your innocent little sister away, just to save yourself. What kind of creep are you? You should be ashamed. You are a jerk, the mummy whispers as he carries Susie out the door. See? Even the mummy thinks you did the wrong thing. Ah, who cares, Derek says when they're gone. She's a little pest anyway. Yeah, maybe. But guess what? Your little pest of a sister was smarter than you thought. She was only pretending to be asleep. When you weren't looking, she grabbed the pieces of the mummy's diary right from under you, and she slipped them under her nightgown and took them with her. And then she helped the mummy tape it back together to figure out how to come back to life. And guess what else? Once the mummy was human again, he became famous. And so did Susie. And he was so grateful to her that he showered her with gifts, jewels, and a small kingdom. Not to mention her big motion picture deal in Hollywood. And she's not even going to let you play yourself in the movie. So there. The end. Okay. That's 19 endings with 4 time loops. And I'm actually like real glad that our little sister like fucked us over because we gave her to the mummy, because that was not a nice thing to choose, you guys. So we deserved it. Okay. The next time we're going back, we're going to go with the mummy on page 6 and see what happens that way. Let the mummy take Susie? You can't do it. No way, you tell the mummy, your voice shaking. Take me, but leave her alone. Yes, the mummy whispers in his hoarse, raspy voice. He grips your wrist with his gauzy, bandaged hand and starts to drag you out of the hotel. Wait, you tell the mummy. I need to get my jacket. The mummy stares at you for a moment and then releases you. Don't worry, you whisper to Derek as you grab your jacket. I'm just going with him so he won't hurt Susie, but I'll get away from him as soon as we're outside. Okay, Derek whispers back. I'll follow you. No, you won't, the mummy says to Derek, and then he points a bandaged finger at Derek's head. Instantly, your brother is frozen stiff. He can't move. But you can, so move over to page 53. You stumble as the mummy drags you down the hotel hallway. He leads you out a side service entrance. Fog floats in the darkness, just above the street lamps. The back alley is empty, except for a rat that scampers away when he hears you coming. Once you're outside, you figure it's time to make a break for it. Let me go, you cry. You try to pull away from the mummy, but you can't. His hold on your wrist is powerful. His grip is like a steel vice. Come on, he rasps in his breathy whisper. We've got to hurry. Hurry? Where? Quickly, the mummy brings you back to the pyramid building. No one sees you sneak back into the lobby of the building, not even the guard, who is still asleep. Silently, the mummy pulls you towards the sarcophagus that was his resting place for 4,000 years. Shattered glass is still scattered all around. Get in, the mummy orders you, pointing to it. Get in? Into the sarcophagus. If you want to get into the mummy case, we'll choose option 1. If you try to escape again, we're going to choose option 2. Go. We got 3 votes so far. We have 30 seconds left to vote. Option 1 is we just get in the mummy case. Or option 2, we try to escape again. Oh, I tried to include Binksy on the break, but she didn't want to hang out with me. Oh, they would not want to be wrapped up like mummies. No. I had little shirts for them, and when I came back after I left Binks alone for like 15 minutes with her shirt on, she got both of her front arms out the front of the shirt, and then the neck of the shirt was just like around her chest, and she was just running around. And so, yeah, I don't think she's into it. We decided to try to escape again. So we're going to page 21. Get in the sarcophagus? No possible way, you decide. With a desperate pull, you yank your arm away from the mummy. Oh, bad idea. Remember how the mummy had your wrist in an iron grip like a vice? Remember how strong he was? Well, close your eyes. What happens next is too gross to go into. You really don't want the gory details. Let's just say that your arm, the one the mummy is holding, well, he's still holding it and you aren't. Which means that even if there were another page to turn to right now, you wouldn't be able to turn to it. Not while still holding this book with your one remaining hand. Face it, you've come up short-handed in this story. The end. Oh, that was a good one. I like that one. That was our 20th ending. With 4 time loops. Okay, let's see how much we have left. Probably not a lot. Okay, so we're going to go back to where the mummy ordered us into the mummy case, and we are going to do what he says and go to page 68. Your throat tightens in terror as the mummy points to her sarcophagus and repeats the words, "Get in." No way do you want to do it. Lie down in a musty old box where a mummy lay dead for centuries. Where you may be locked for eternity. The thought is horrifying. But what choice do you have? Derek isn't going to show up now. He's still back at the hotel, frozen stiff, frozen by some ancient magic the mummy used. If I don't get in, the mummy will point his finger and freeze me too, you think. You lift one leg and then the other, climbing into the small, gold-encrusted wooden box. The mummy case is carved in the shape of a human being. A shiver runs through you as you lie down. How come you fit so snugly into the mummy sarcophagus? How come it feels as if it was made just for you? Is this more mummy magic? And how long will you have to stay in there? Will you be able to breathe? Is the mummy going to bury you alive? The mummy lifts the heavy wooden lid and begins to lower it. In an instant, you'll be sealed inside this airless box, possibly forever. You've got to do something. Turn to page 72. Help, you cry out, trying to wake the guard. Somebody, help me! The mummy's dead eye sockets stare at you coldly as he starts to bring the lid into place. Wait, you cry. I can help you. Your mind races with ideas, trying to think of some way, any way to save yourself. And then it hits you. Even without the diary, I can bring you back to life, you say. For the longest moment, the mummy just stares. His wheezing breaths are the only sounds that echo in the marble lobby. Will he believe you? You can? He finally asks. Yes, you declare. Well, you can on one condition. If you read the Goosebumps book, Return of the Mummy, and you can remember the secret chant that brought that mummy back to life, think hard, your life depends on it. If you think the chant was Klaatu Barada Nikto, choose option 1. If you think it was Tiki Karu Tiki Kara Tiki Kari, choose option 2. And vote. I have a really good guess at what the answer is for this, but I have not read that book. But I have seen whatever this movie is that my brain has stopped functioning for. I have seen The Evil Dead. That's what I have seen. The first one is, it's the passage from the movie The Evil Dead to rewake the people from the Necronomicon. For sure. Klaatu Barada Nikto is the one that so-and-so Campbell reads. Did they take it from The Day the Earth Stood Still? Maybe. I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. I don't know about history. Okay, it was a tie. So I'm going to choose the one I think is the wrong answer, which is the Tiki Karu, Tiki Kara, Tiki Kari on page 37. I know a secret chant. Wait, that's probably the one from the book. I lied. I don't want to do that one first. I want to do the Klaatu Barada Nikto on page 32. Yes, you tell the mummy. I know a secret chant that will bring you back to life. What is it? The mummy asks, wheezing between each word. He sounds eager. Klaatu Barada Nikto, you recite. You close your eyes and say it again, like a chant. Klaatu Barada Nikto. Ha! The mummy exclaims, almost laughing. Klaatu Barada Nikto? That is from an old movie. You know nothing. You are doomed. Uh-oh. He's right. Those are the words the alien speaks in the old 1950s sci-fi movie, The Day the Earth Stood Still. You're in big trouble now. And Jeremy is the winner of the night by calling it out when I had no idea. But they did steal those words for The Evil Dead, because those are the same words. Turned to page 48. The mummy begins to lower the heavy lid. Wait, you cry, sitting up quickly in the sarcophagus so he can't shut it. Isn't there anything else you want? Besides coming back to life, I mean? After a moment, the mummy lifts his dried, bony hand to his face and strokes his cheek. A few prune-like fingers jut out from beneath the bandages. I want to look younger, the mummy whispers. My skin is so dry. Younger, you think? Is he nuts? Yes. But hey, this is California, right? Everyone wants to look younger here. There's only one problem. How can you make a 4,000-year-old mummy look younger? Find out on page 11. I agree, it probably is more famous from Evil Dead, but for the 12-year-old kids reading this in 1996, hopefully they did not see The Evil Dead yet. Younger, you repeat? Okay, we can do that. Quickly, you hop out of the sarcophagus so we can't close you in. Follow me, you tell him. Snaking your way through the streets of San Francisco, you lead the mummy to a building a few blocks away. It's a glass and chrome-fronted building with a fancy sign painted on the door. The Heaven on Earth Health Spa. You remember this place because you've passed it every day on the way to your hotel. and it's open 24 hours a day. What's this? The mummy asks. He stands back from the door, hesitant to go in. In fact, he's acting a little shy. It's a health spa, you explain. A fancy place where they give you health drinks, mud baths, and things like that. They make you look younger. It's their job. Really? The mummy whispers. Although it seems impossible, you almost see a flicker of a smile spread across his lips. You lead the way to the spa and approach the receptionist. Hi, you stammer. My, friend here wants to get a skin treatment. The receptionist eyes the mummy suspiciously. Does he have an appointment, she asks. An appointment? Uh-oh. Think fast on page 99. An appointment, you say? Uh-oh. But, no. But he's, working for the government. He's supposed to, check the place out and find out if your ads are true. Like when they say that you can make people look younger. Can you? Because if you can't, we'll have to close this place down. Really? The receptionist asked nervously. Oh, well, come on in. I'm sure we can work him in somehow. Soon, the mummy is up to his neck in a bathtub full of green, slimy stuff. A body wrap, they call it. It's supposed to make the skin look young and smooth. Whoa, the young spa attendant says to the mummy. It's going to take a lot more than a body wrap to get you in shape. Have you been spending a lot of time in the sun or something? Yes, the mummy says, wheezing between words. It's very hot where I come from. You pace up and down while the mummy has a full spa treatment. Juice drinks, steam facials, mud bath, chemical skin injections, vitamin pills, herbal teas, and a massage to top it all off. What are the chances this is going to work, you ask yourself? And what will the mummy do if it doesn't? Get some answers on page 120. Finally, a glass door in the spa swings open and the mummy walks out. How do I look? He asks you in his raspy voice. Younger, you exclaim. Much younger. And it's true. The mummy looks about 500 years younger. Now he only looks about 3,500 years old. Thank you, the mummy says, giving you a small, satisfied smile. And then he walks out of the health spa and waves goodbye. The last you see of him, his bandages trail behind him as he stiffly strolls down the street. Weird, you think. But at least it's over. That's what you think. When you get back to the hotel, you pick up the mummy's diary and gasp. There, on the last page, a page that was blank before you left the hotel, you find more new writing, and it says, Today, I met a new friend, a wise friend who knew how to restore my youth. What else does this young person know? I must find out. I will follow this young person for all eternity. Oh well, there you go again. The end. Oh. That was 21 endings. Okay, what else do we got in here? Okay, so this time we're going to choose the Tikikaru, Tikikara, Tikikari on page 37 and see what happens that way. I know a secret chant, you tell the mummy. If I say it 5 times, it will bring you back to life. You start to chant the powerful magic words. Tikikaru, Tikikara, Wait, the mummy cries, holding up his hands. I know that chant. It does work, but I am not ready yet. The mummy holds out his bandaged hands to help you out of the sarcophagus. He quickly takes your place in the box. He seems to almost smile as he settles back into the mummy case. All right, the mummy says. Close the lid and say the words. I don't get it, you say. Why do you want to come back to life inside the mummy case? The mummy gives you a sad, faraway gaze before answering. That is the only way, he tells you. My diary would have brought me to life now in this wonderful time of yours. But your magic is different. It works another way. Another way? How, you ask? Never mind, the mummy warns you. And then he nearly shouts, Just say the words, now! Turn to page 84. The mummy's angry voice terrifies you. Close the lid, he shouts, his voice booming. Shaking, you do as he says, shutting him into the mummy case, and then you begin to recite the ancient words. Tiki karu, tiki kara, tiki kari, you say, your voice trembling. That's one. Tiki karu, tiki kara, tiki kari, that's two. You say it a third time, but now your voice is steadier. You concentrate hard, making sure the words are recited in the right order. Tiki karu, tiki kara, tiki kari, and then a fourth. Tiki karu, tiki kara, tiki kari. You take a deep breath, one more time, and the mummy will come back to life. You hesitate and swallow hard. Do I really want to do this, you wonder? What about Derek's warning? What about not playing around with dead people? Why not just walk away and leave the mummy lying there, trapped in his closed case? Think about it as you turn to page 25. For an instant, you consider not completing the spell, but you can't, not after you gave your word. And besides, the mummy seems so lonely. Tiki karu, tiki kara, tiki kari, you chant quickly before you lose your nerve again. You hold your breath, waiting for the mummy to come back to life. Silence. Nothing happens. The lobby of the pyramid building is even quieter than before. A strange stillness hangs in the air. It's as if the whole world suddenly came to a grinding halt. A horrible thought creeps into your head. Is everyone dead? You glance over at the guard. He looks like he's asleep, but he's not snoring anymore. If he's asleep, it's a deep, dreamless sleep. Sweat trickles down your neck while you wait for the mummy case to open. Nothing. Nothing but silence and the sound of your own heartbeat. Finally, you can't stand it any longer. You reach over and open the lid. What will you find inside? Turn to page 8. No, you cry out. You stare into the wooden box. The mummy is gone. And something else is in its place. Gold. Tons of it. Coins, little statues, scepters, and crowns, all made of gold. For a moment, you can't believe it. Is this some kind of illusion? Is there a trap door in the box? A sliding panel or mirrors? You've seen this kind of thing done by magicians on TV. You lean into the box and feel the bottom and sides with both hands. It's solid. You pick up one of the coins and bite it. It's really gold. I guess the chant worked, you say to yourself. Maybe the mummy came back to life in Egypt. Maybe he went back to his own time and sent the gold to thank me. He said he was king, didn't he? And then you hear a sound that makes you turn around. Thank you, a voice whispers, echoing in the empty lobby. It's the familiar voice of the mummy, with the wheezing sound between each word. But the mummy is nowhere to be seen. Thank you for saving my life, he says. I hope this gold can repay you in some small way. And now, I, King Buthraman, bid you farewell. The end. You guys, that was 23 endings. That was the very last ending of the book. And like, that was the best ending of the whole book. And I'm so glad that we got that. It's like the very last ending. Last week, our very best ending was like 4 endings back from the end. And when we read that one, I was like, dang, I wish the book was over right now because this was the best ending. But we got the best ending at the end today. So that was amazing. So 24 endings and 3 time loops. Whoa, too many buttons. 4 time loops. Okay, the best ending is where we brought him to life on top of the tower and he just fucked off and everything disappeared. Nah, this was for sure the best ending. This was definitely the best ending. Oh my gosh, little Binksy baby is just laying on the floor, sleeping next to me, waiting for me to go to bed because it's late. It's 11:30. It's later than we normally go. Okay, so at this point, all we need to do is vote on the book for next week. I just have to find the stack of books, the ones we haven't read yet. We did that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that. These are the ones I haven't done. Nope. We did that one, we did that one, we did that one. We did that one, that one, that one. Oh my gosh, I know there's more books in here. Okay, we did this one, and this one, and this one, and this one, and not this, or this, or this. Okay, you guys, I only have 3 books left at the moment that we have not read yet. So, this is going to be my late night plea for please send me books or money so that I can get more. I'll see if I can buy some more cheap ones, but some of the rest of the ones I don't have are really expensive, like $100. And so I do not have money to spend $100 on those books. And but if people help me pay for them, then it would be great. Oh, you still have some? They have to be Choose Your Adventures. But if you have some, that would be like the greatest thing in my whole life. When is your dad coming back downstate? Is it like this week? Because I'm going to be in Detroit this weekend for Rochelle's party. Will he have them by then? Hopefully. Okay, so here's our choices. Dang it. Okay. It's so better. I have 3 left. So, okay, so we have Deep in the Jungle of Doom. We've got Curse of the Creeping Coffin. And we've got A Night in Werewolf Woods. Okay, these are our choices. So whoever's left, please vote for one of the 3 choices. And then we will have a book to read for next week on Friday. Whatever day that is. I think it's like the 1st of October or something. Werewolves? 1 vote for werewolves. Oh, 2 vote for werewolves. I think it's going to be werewolves. It says we have 3 viewers, but nobody else has voted. Anyone else recently vote? This Acer. I don't know who Acer is. They were recently here. Oh, everybody votes for werewolves. Okay, cool. So, okay, here's the description for next week. Get out your bathing suit. You and your family are off on a summer vacation to a place called Woods World. You can't wait to mess around at the lake. Then, at the kids-only campfire, you hear a rumor about Woods World. Legend has it, werewolves roam the woods at night. But you're not scared. You're ready for an adventure. Will you explore the deepest, darkest parts of the woods? Brave the tunnels of waves? home on the terrifying lake monster, or battle an army of red fire ants? The choice is yours in this scary Goosebumps adventure that's packed with over 20 super spooky endings. Here we go. This is our book for next week. So whatever next Friday is, that's the 25th of September. Yep. We will read this book next week. So tune in at 7 p.m. Eastern, or I think that's like a lot later. I think that's like 10 p.m. in the UK. Is that right? Because I think 9 p.m. was midnight. I think. Yes, we will do this book next week. So thank you for joining me, and thank you for participating, and I love you all, and I will try and find more books so that we can have more options come the future, and it's a wonderful night. Here, appreciate all the work we put into the hieroglyphics for our walls here. You can kind of see, here's some hieroglyphics. I did this cool one back here with all these guys. We didn't even really get to see this one. I feel like I put a lot of work into that one. Yeah, there's all my stuff. Thank you guys for tuning in, and I will see you next week. Peace out.